Welcome to the defendant's lobby, chat. You have been accused of murder. Okay. Anyway, how's everyone today? We're starting with a trial segment, which means lock the fuck in, chat. Look over the court record, because you're going to be playing pretty soon, unlike investigation segments. Get your evidence out. Get your buttfuck evidence out. We don't have that much of it, so it should be pretty easy to look through. But you should look through it all the same. Can you play? Only if you don't know the answers. The most important rule is to not ruin it for the people who have never played this before. That's the only rule. So if you know the answer, or you know the solution, or you know where it's leading to, kindly be quiet so that the people who don't know can figure out. Even if you don't know the solution to a specific puzzle, knowledge of later events may potentially help you understand how to solve the current puzzle in some degree. But I will be the one who provides hints when needed as well. Okay, gamers. Are you ready to lock the fuck in? Or are you ready to fuck the lock in? One or the other. Either or, I suppose. Hello, Max. Good morning, Max. Max? Milk? What? I don't have a glass of milk before I go on stage. I just can't function, sweetie. Stage? Don't worry, there won't be a stage. All you have to do is sit down. I guess. Nick, Max is really nervous. That's understandable. Hey, my sweeties! What? You don't think I should fly, do you? You know, gotta make a good first impression. When I enter the room, maybe I should fly in and warm up the crowd a little. No. We can't be having you flying around the courtroom. It just wouldn't be right. Imagine if you hit someone. Don't worry, Max. Just do what Nick says and everything will be okay. Oh, sweetie. What is it this time, Max? Why don't you try flying into the courtroom? I can see it now. The dashing young lawyer flying fabulously in from above. One glimpse of that and everyone in the room will be on your side. Max, really, no one needs to fly today. Nick, what's with that look in your eyes? I like the sound of that. Dashing young lawyer flying fabulously. Nick, no. Phoenix Wright, no. Don't do it, right? It's not worth it, right? That kid ain't right. And now the case of one. What? Donna, get on with it. Oh, sorry, I just realized the defendant's name is Billy Bob Johns. Yeah, he was reading it and he just fucking stopped because he's like, are you fucking for real right now? The judge just looking at the attendants like, are you fucking for real? On God, no cap. So... Well, this is defendant also known as Maximilian Galactico? Yes, Your Honor, he does often go by that name. You know, my grandchild is a huge fan of his. I think everyone here wouldn't mind if we call the defendant Maximilian Galactica. It sounds more friendly. I wonder if that's to our advantage. Miss Von Karma, your opening statement, if you please. I hope you didn't bother thinking you'd win this one, Mr. Phoenix Wright. That spirit saddling trial was a sham! I refuse to acknowledge its legitimacy. It did not count! Do you hear me? She must still be upset about what happened last time. You have no chance. Zero. Zilch. Nada. I'm not losing this case. Why, you ask? Because it is not in the nature of a Von Karma to lose at anything. I guess being born with the name Von Karma is a free pass to be arrogant and annoying. Watch and learn, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'll show you the textbook procedure for proving how absolutely guilty you are. Me? Guilty? What are you talking about? It will be my ultimate revenge. But it's not like it'll bring her dad back. There. Opening statement complete. Now let's hurry and wrap up this waste of time. Very well. You may call your first witness, Miss Von Karma. Detective Dick Cumshoe, get up there now! Sorry to keep you from work, as I'm sure you need every penny you can earn, Detective. Don't mention it, it's no trouble at all. I've been looking forward to this. Very well. I'd like you to begin by shedding light on the events in question. At your service, sir. All right, Detective, you may proceed with your testimony. Shining internet testimony time. The night of the crime, snow was falling until 9:40 p.m., making it extremely cold out. All of the circus performers were gathered in the big top to practice their routines. The practice session broke up around 10 p.m. The murder itself took place at the plaza in front of the Logic House at 10:15 p.m. The victim was found bent over a wooden box, dead as a doornail. The cause of death was blunt force trauma that snapped the vertebrae in his neck. I see. He was beaten to death. Here's the autopsy report for the victim. The court accepts this into evidence. Autopsy report added to the court record. A blunt object. Very well. Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. The night of the crime, snow was falling until 9:40 p.m., making it extremely cold out. Well, let me ask you about the snow. It was nearly a blizzard up until the time of the crime. Did it pile up? It wasn't such a big deal. Maybe about an inch and a half was on the ground. Snow froze in place and stayed on the ground until the next day. The snow. Let me see. There's gotta be more to this. What's the matter, Nick? I need to take a look at the court record. Mr. Gumshoe, what were the members of the circus doing on the night of the crime? All of the circus performers were gathered in the big top to practice their routines. When you say all of the circus performers, who do you mean? Everyone but the dancers and staff were there. Regina the animal tamer, Mo the clown, Ben the ventriloquist, and of course the defendant Maximilian Galactica and his victim the ringmaster. Oh, I almost forgot. Rita the tiger was there as well. Out of curiosity, what about the circus monkey? When I was investigating yesterday, he happened to snatch my wristwatch. Detective, you are welcome to file a police report after these proceedings. Practice session broke up around 10 p.m. After the practice was over, where did everyone head off to? Regina was playing with Regent, while Mo went back to his room tired from work. Ben the ventriloquist went to the front gate, absorbed in his own world. The The ringmaster and Max went off to the ringmaster's room to talk privately. Talk privately, huh? That's awfully suspicious. You wouldn't happen to know what they were talking about, would you? It seems they were negotiating Max's salary. Actually, Max was asking for Regina's hand in marriage. The murder itself took place at the plaza in front of the lodging house at 10:15 p.m. I'd like you to be more specific about the events at 10:15 p.m. Okay, not a problem, pal. We got a witness that told us how the whole thing went down. This is totally meaningless. Time to move on. Alright, we'll just have to revisit that testimony later. Mr. Gumshoe, would you mind telling us how the victim met his end? The victim was found bent over a wooden box, dead as a doornail. A wooden box? That's right. The victim must have been carrying a wooden box when he was killed. Carrying the box, huh? It was rather strange wooden box, Your Honor. What do you mean? Well, it was much heavier than it looked. Not to mention it was locked. Locked, you say? The wooden box added to the court record. This may or be my only chance, so I might as well ask some questions. What should we ask first, chat? I don't think it matters. I think we gotta ask all 4 questions anyway. Hello, Bakiri. And hello, Stormbuster. But what should we ask first? I'll take the first answer I see in chat, since I don't think this matters too much. In order? Okay. This wooden box. You figure it weighs about 20 pounds, right? Sounds about right. The whole thing is lined with iron. Iron plating? Why do you think it's lined with iron? I figured they just did it to make the box look heavy. Ouch! I think we could all do without your guesses, detective. Stick to it until you actually know. Sorry. You're battling steam right now? How so? Suffice to say, the box is really heavy. Much better. You may continue on, detective. You said the box was locked. How exactly was it locked? Well, it had quite a sturdy lock on it. Look, quite a bit to open that bad boy up. So when you found the box, it was locked, correct? Yes, it was. Some of the forensics teams took it back to the precinct to crack it open. I see. Continue, Detective Gumshoe. He gave us the facts as he saw them, but there's gotta be more to this. I didn't see anything. That's why you're the lawyer and I'm the medium. Do you mind telling us what was inside that box? Well, when we found the box, it was locked tighter than Fort Knox. So we took it back to the station and cracked it open. All that was inside was this little bottle. Bottle? What is that, Detective? Exactly what it looks like, Your Honor. It's a condiment bottle. What's inside the bottle? It's filled with pepper. Pepper? Why in the world was it locked in that big box? There's only one little bottle in that huge box? I wonder if it has some sort of special meaning. Small seasoning bottle added to the court record. The cause of death was a blunt force trauma that snapped the vertebrae in his neck. According to the autopsy report, the murder weapon was a blunt object, correct? You've done your homework, pal. And you haven't found this murder weapon, have you? The police are searching for it as we speak. My theory is that's something the perpetrator ran off with. You would think so, especially since you didn't find it on the scene. No, I bet he made it disappear with magic. Well, I think we have a good feel for the details of the event now. I guess that's all we're gonna get out of Gumshoe in this case. I mean, all we're gonna get out of him is that little bottle of pepper? And now that we have wrapped up with the detective, I'd like to call my next witness. I'm not even off the stand yet. Obviously, but that's due to you being slow and unable to take a hint. I don't know, but wrapped up is such a mean sound to it. I'm a sensitive guy. Thank you very much, Detective Gumshoe. You may step down. Miss Von Karma, call your next witness. I would like to call Mr. Benjamin Woodman to the stand. She must be talking about Ben the ventriloquist. I wonder if Trilo will show up on the stand as well. Please state your name and occupation for the record. My full name is Triloquist. I'm employed as an operatic tenor. Excuse me? The witness called to the stand was one Mr. Benjamin Woodman, ventriloquist. That robe must be cutting off your circulation. I said that I was a singer. Maybe you don't believe me. Fine, I'll grace you with a song. The world of the law, exciting and daring, guilt or innocence. Decided by a judge dressed up like a woman. Well, what do you think? It had a good rhythm. It's just the lyrics. They leave something to be desired, so to speak. Mr. Trillo, you know better than to insult a judge. Shut up! Just look at your nose. You think you have the sense to fix it. It's so ugly I want to punch you in the face. The off chance swelling would help. You know that your nose is the reason you'll never be an A-list star? Celebrities must really enjoy saying everything that flashes into their minds. What's going on here? Order, order! I demand to know who the witness is. Don't worry about me, sir. I'll let Trillo handle this. I'm not worried about you one bit. I'm worried about getting testimony in my court. Ouch! You won't get anyone trying to figure out this witness. Now let's proceed. What you witnessed. Once practice was over, I left the tent with the clown. Once we got to the lodging house, I ditched him and went back to the plaza's entrance. That's when I saw Max heading towards the scene of the crime. He was the only one headed that way. How could that pug not be the killer? Then the police showed up and took Magic Boy away. You saw Maximilian Galactica heading towards the scene? You sure of that? Without a doubt, he had his silk hat cloak and the dumb white roses on his chest. How can you make someone with that crazy get-up and his nose stuck up so high? That's enough. I think we all get the picture. Just one thing. You said you ditched the clown. That's right, dress boy. Well, since you weren't with him, couldn't that mean the clown committed the crime? He's got a point. What a shame. It was a nice theory, but the clown can't be the culprit. Why is that? Here is absolute proof. A silk hat? This was found at the scene of the crime. It belongs to the defendant. Ah. Without question, he was wearing his signature hat during practice. If the clown was the murderer, there would be no reason for this hat to be at the scene. Well done, Miss Von Karma. Your prosecutorial skills are unrivaled. Well done. I do like bacon, yes. I had a chicken sandwich today that had bacon in it. Thank you for stating the obvious. Mr. Phoenix Wright, what do you have to say? Okay. I guess she's the boss again today. What you witnessed. Once practice was over, I left the tent with the clown. The clown? You're talking about Mo? Of course I'm talking about that old fart. He's so pathetic. I can't stand him. Just a little bit of exercise and his makeup's running all over the place. Once practice was over, he was 9/10 of the way to keeling over for good. Poor guy. We didn't have any choice, so Ben took him back to his room. When it comes to being a first place loser, that guy's ahead of the pack. Then what happened? Once we got to the lodging house, I ditched him and went back to the plaza's entrance. Why the plaza's entrance? To do some thinking, of course. It was awfully cold out that night, especially with all the snow around. Wouldn't thinking in your nice warm lodging house have been a better idea? Mr. Phoenix Wright, I think you should leave the thinking to the witness. But I'm a good thunker. At least my teachers always said I was. That's when I saw Max headed towards the scene of the crime. Are you sure it was really Max Galactica? Of course I'm sure. How could you mistake someone wearing such a snobby three-piece getup? Snobby three-piece getup? Get the wax out of your ears, lawyer style would say. You're like talking to a brick wall. Max 3Ps, get up. Jeez, could you be any more dense? All together now. Silk hat, cloak, white roses. Thank you. Nick, I think you should put a little bit more effort into preparing your questions. He was the only one headed that way. How could that punk not be the killer? You saw Max and only Max, right, Trillo? That's right, it makes him the killer. There's only one person headed that way that night. That makes quite a bit of sense and makes Max one of a suspicious character. There's more to this story than meets the eye. Is there something amiss in this? MRL says 2, Luke says 3. Which one do we want? Bakiri says 4. Bakiri fucking... Guys, stop counting. That's 2 votes for 3. Nice pull, Belle. That's 3 votes for 3. That's a bit strange, don't you think? What's strange? That you only saw Max. Doesn't it seem like you should have seen someone else as well? What? Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright? How dare the system call you out like that? Who else do you suppose this witness could have seen? Well, chat, who else could they have seen? The victim? So you mean Russell Berry, right? YOLO Monopoly, man. What a Wario, what a Wario. Are we committing to this? I mean, yes, we are committing to it. That's the victim. That's correct. If Trillo was at the entrance of the plaza, he should have seen the ringmaster as well. Aha! Obviously, the ringmaster arrived at the scene of the crime before the witness. Could have seen him. Anyone with a sense could have figured that one out. What are you talking about? The ringmaster and Max went together to the ringmaster's room. Is that according to the defendant? A likely story. The Flexibility Galactica was supposed to be in the ringmaster's room. Why was he, just as the witness has stated, at the scene of the crime? Ah! Hello, bruh. How are you? I see. It seems at this stage I have no reason to doubt this witness's testimony. And there are clearly no conclusive contradictions. He's right. A brilliant judgment, Your Honor. Now let's move along with the testimony. Trillo wouldn't happen to have an ulterior motive for committing Max, would he? Well, Max is part of that bitter love triangle with Regina, which is probably why Max conked him over the head. Nick, wasn't Ben the one who got knocked over the head? Yeah, I think so. I don't know anymore. You saw Max and only Max that night? Hey, bro, what do you think? What do you think? Is it good? Even a reinstall didn't work. Well, it looks like you're playing Ace Attorney tonight, Bakari. Stay there forever? That's not happening. No permission. Go, my financial irresponsibility. Uh-oh. What are you gonna do?
I suppose I would have been around. Hey, what time was it?
I think it was around, I'd say a bit after 10:30 p.m., I think. Practice ended at 10 p.m., so you hung around the lodging house the entire time? I guess that sounds about right. Wasn't it awfully cold? I can't believe you just stand outside in that weather. Well, the truth is...
Will you shut up, you big-nosed dope? Why are you telling him anything extra? Why can't you believe that we just stand outside in that weather?
Well, maybe you were waiting for someone.
What? Who said we were waiting for someone?
Objection!
Mr. Phoenix Sight, we could do without your offhanded theories.
Objection!
But this witness, he's cracking under the pressure already. I'm on to something. Mr. Wright, who do you suppose the witness was waiting for out in the cold that night? Well, if he was waiting outside in the cold, it was for one person. And one person only. He was waiting for the animal tamer, Regina.
Wah!
You were waiting outside for Regina to come back to the lodging house. Am I mistaken? Is this true? Well, you can't really ask me that question.
Who cares who I was waiting for that night? What's important is what I saw. Don't you forget it.
Well, the puppet may be a bit stiff, but he's right. All right. There's obviously a reason why this witness was there that night. He spent all that time waiting for Regina to arrive. Moreover, even if someone else would have walked right in front of him, I doubt he would have paid them a second thought. Because it wouldn't fly in an actual courtroom. This is Ace Attorney, man. Loving it, you took the plunge and joined my Discord. Oh, I think I saw you. Just needed to confirm it was you, and it sounds like it is you, so I'm gonna go ahead and give you the roles you need. Now, question, do you want the stream roll that will ping you when I go live? Dylus? Makes perfect sense. What did you just say? The witness saw the defendant at the scene of the crime. You got Twitch notifications and Blue Sky? Got it. Drat. Grind over some of the logic. That's why is their MMORPG avatar? It was a disaster. What the fuck? Now we just need someone to testify in person. Witness saw the defendant at the scene of the crime. However, he did not see the victim on the way to his eventual demise. If you accept that, then you must accept that there is a high likelihood that he could have missed someone else other than Max heading to the— Ow! There is absolutely no proof that the witness was waiting for the animal tamer. Well, I guess you got me. All right. I'll spill the beans for real this time. It's true, I was waiting for Regina. Pain! Don't volunteer things. Mr. Quist, tell us the truth this time, and I mean the whole truth. Were you or were you not waiting for Regina at the entrance of the lodging house? I was waiting to propose to her. You were what? Waiting to propose? What's the matter? You think that humans have a monopoly on marriage? The matter of puppet marriage is not under review in this case. You're the judge. I mean, look at your horrible outfit. More pain. Thanks to you, bumbling, my perfect plan is not so perfect anymore. Now we have to waste time getting to the bottom of some silly proposal by a puppet. About the proposal. Don't be so surprised that I was going to propose to Regina. I even had something to give to her. I kept it in my pocket, waiting for the chance to propose and give it to her. Of course, I also had it in my pocket that night. It was a present for her. In the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I've still got it in my pocket. You were going to propose. You, a puppet. Don't be so obtuse. Just because I'm a puppet doesn't mean I can't love. I guess you're right. Just because I'm old doesn't mean I couldn't propose to her too. Exactly! His honor is looking a little less than honorable right now. Okay, Mr. Wright, please continue with your cross-examination. What was with that sigh at the end? Don't be so surprised that I was going to propose to Regina. By proposal, you mean proposing marriage, correct? To Regina? Of course that's what I meant. What kind of stupid question is that? I wasn't going to propose that we become some sort of outlaw biker gang together. Right, Ben? Yeah. Got it. That's the truth. I even had something to give to her. What was it exactly that you planned on giving her? You know exactly what I was going to give her, numbskull. The only thing I could find that could match Regina's beauty. Answer his question, what was it? You're gonna die when you hear this. It's an engagement ring. Engagement ring? Wow, those two nearly fell out of their chairs. Mr. Phoenix Knight's joke has gone too far. Time for this end right here. Francisco Whips looks like it's about to lash out at almost anything. One hit from that thing will probably shut someone up for a long time. Do we say pain equals bad or push on anyway? It may be something of a joke, but this is a historic moment. The first time that a puppet has ever proposed to it. Now! I advise you to cut this argument short. I'm going to have to agree with the defense here. Will the witness please revise their testimony? Specifically about the engagement ring. I'd like to stick to facts, not sociology. You sure do enjoy sweating the details, especially for a man in a black bathrobe. I plan on giving an engagement ring to Regina. An engagement ring?
Uh-huh. It's actually a diamond-shaped stone cut from glass. Even more brilliant than the real thing. I think Regina's gonna love it.
It's just a ring. What's the matter, Nick? Well, there's gotta be something I can catch him on.
I kept it in my pocket, waiting for the chance to propose and give it to her.
Whose pocket was the ring in?
Mine, of course. What a stupid question. You've got to be kidding me. You think Ben could pull that off?
I'm sorry. Really.
You don't have to apologize for that. He's the one who should be apologizing.
Really?
Of course, I also had it in my pocket that night. It was a present for her.
So you went to the lodging house to give it to her?
That's right. I tried to give it to her during my practice so many times that I lost count, but that uppity snob kept getting in the way.
Uppity snob? He couldn't possibly be talking about me, Maximilian Galactica! When I get a hold of him, I'm gonna saw his woodblock in half, and not with magic!
Well, they always say that love creates rivalries.
So what about this present?
In the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I've still got it in my pocket.
So you were still thinking of trying to give it to Regina?
Of course I am! I spent 3 months' salary on this thing. I'm not gonna give it up that easily.
I wonder how much he receives for appearing in the circus. Probably way more than he deserves. How about it, Nick? I think it's about time to unwrap this toy's testimony. That's the spirit, Nick. Give him heck. The judge has that dazed and confused look again. Maybe he should get out more. All right, chat, what are we doing? We've got, don't be so surprised that I was going to propose to Regina. I planned on giving an engagement ring to Regina. I kept it in my pocket, waiting for the chance to propose and give it to her. Of course, I also had it in my pocket that night. It was a present for her. In the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I've still got it in my pocket. So what are we presenting on, chat? Statement 1, Statement 2, Statement 3, Statement 4, and Statement 5. Crypt wants to present the ring on this statement. Oh, do we concur?
Are we in agreement, chat? I need one more yes.
Objection!
Trillo, do you mind if I show you something? What is it?
What are you talking about?
Uh-oh. Looks like they're going to double team me now. Do you recognize this ring?
Ah, that's mine! Give it back! Thief! Thief!
Didn't you just testify about this very object? I believe you said. In the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I've still got it in my pocket. Why then do I have it right here?
Ah!
What's going on here?
That's Ben, say something!
Huh? Just don't put me on the spot like that, Trillo. I found this in Money's room.
Money's room? You mean a room they put money, like a bank vault?
Ah, that filthy monkey is gonna get what's coming to him.
Mr. Quist, I prefer if you avoided slandering innocent fiends in my court.
Well, Your Honor, Money really is a monkey in every sense of the word.
Ah, I see. Well then.
Money likes to go after the shiniest things that he can find and gather them up.
Shiny things?
Trillo, when was this ring stolen from you?
Well, I suppose it was
That time, you know, that night, the night of the crime.
What did you just say?
Details. I need more details. Well, it was stolen right after Max showed up in the plaza. Right about when you saw the defendant walk past, correct? Well, I guess you might be able to say that. The ring might have, well, it could have been taken around that time. Oh, yeah! Oh!
Ben, what's with you? Oh, whatever. There's nothing to do with anything, especially not who committed the murder.
It's not for you to decide what has to do with what. Now, Trillo, back to the topic at hand.
I haven't admitted a thing. Not I, Mr. Trilloquist.
What did you do when the ring was taken, Trillo?
You know exactly what I did. I chased after that ring-snatching monkey money.
But you weren't able to catch up with him, were you?
It's all the slow, loafy fool called Ben's fault. At first you thought Ben's bow was getting bigger. That would be a hilarious bit. While he was fumbling his way through the snow, the dumb monkey was able to get away.
That is indeed an incredible shame. Well, this does indeed prove one very important point.
Prove a potted point? What point could it possibly be?
What point is it, Chad? Is it Ben doesn't exercise enough or Ben's testimony has a flaw? Ben needs cardio. It's true, he does. 2 votes 2, 1 vote 1. There is a huge contradiction in this witness's testimony.
Contradiction?
The witness just testified to the following effect. Up until the police arrived, he didn't move from the entrance to the plaza. However, the witness just stated that he chased after Money the monkey. When the witness was off chasing Money, there was no one watching the plaza.
What is the meaning of this, Phoenix Wright? Where are you going with this little theory of yours?
I'm saying that there is no possible way that this witness saw the plaza the entire time. That's where I'm going with this little theory, which leads me to my next point. It is entirely possible that someone other than the defendant was at the scene.
Interesting, Mr.
Well, then tell me this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Do you have any proof that this sometimes that something slipped past this village ventriloquist?
Well, he obviously didn't see the victim, the ringmaster, arrive on the scene.
However, that does not change the fact that he saw the defendant arrive.
The witness is lying. He was blinded by his rivalry with Max. I want to connect with others, including my community. Super Battle Golf is super fun. We're almost certainly going to be playing Super Battle Golf every time it gets an update, but don't expect me to play it too much until it gets an update. But it will always be an option on those multiplayer polls because I enjoy it so much. Also, Digimon Storytime Stranger is great. Great tales in that game.
Well, the defense argument does hold water. This witness does have a history of animosity towards the defendant.
What? How dare you? I wouldn't lie just to get that dork face in trouble. He's not even worth it. I saw him, no doubt about it. I saw that worthless liar.
Well, just for clarity's sake, let's flesh out exactly who you saw on that night.
I've told you so many times, you think you know my story is not changing.
You've already changed your story, Stick Boy, and I'm sure it will change some more. Where there is one lie, there are usually many more behind it. Exactly, Maya. That's why we have to keep after him. Yeah. Witnessing Max.
I'll give you that I was waiting that night for Regina. But that doesn't change the fact that I saw Max at the plaza that night. He showed up after I had been waiting there for about 5 minutes. I said good evening to him, but he didn't even acknowledge my presence. I'm absolutely sure it was him. I saw Maximilian Galactica at the scene. There's no way I can mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols.
So that means that money didn't show up until after you saw Max.
That's right, money ran up less than a minute after I saw Max.
Then Money snatched the ring and you went chasing after him? How long was it until you came back to where you were waiting?
Well, let's see, I'd say about...
I suppose 5 minutes, I think. So the victim could have arrived on the scene in that 5-minute stretch. Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination.
I'll give you that night I was waiting that night for Regina.
So you were only concerned with waiting for Regina that night. That means you probably wouldn't have noticed that somebody else showed up.
You didn't think about how many eyes I actually have. I've got 4, you know. 4. F-O-U-R. Counting Ben, of course. With that many eyes, you really think somebody would have slipped by me?
Alright, chat, give me a second. 4 eyes is an awful lot of attention directed at one area, I suppose. Yikes, the judge is even more dangerous to our case than Trillo.
That doesn't change the fact that I saw Max in the plaza that night.
So you saw Max coming out of the big top that night.
Of course that's where I saw him coming from. I was staring at the entrance of the tent the entire time.
I guess that makes sense, especially since he was waiting for Regina.
He showed up after I'd been waiting there for about 5 minutes.
About what time would you say these events took place?
You're one of the dumbest people on the planet if you can't figure it out yourself. You already know that practice finished promptly at 10 p.m. You already know that I went to the lodging house right after practice. You don't need to be a brain surgeon to know around what time it was I saw him. Just add 10 more minutes. I'm sure you can do that. Now what time was it?
Indeed. What time was it? What time was it? Let me think about that for a second.
Yow!
I'm no good at math. It was 10:10 p.m. Oh, yes, that sounds about right.
It sounds about right because that's the time I saw Max on the scene. I said good evening to him, but he didn't even acknowledge my presence.
So you testified that you said good evening to Max that night.
You must enjoy asking incredibly obvious questions. You say good morning in the morning and good afternoon during the day, right? And it's obvious that I'd say good night to someone at night. What, Ben? You got something to add? Let me guess. That's not it, Trillo? You say good evening at night?
I'm sorry, Trillo. Mr. Quist, I prefer if you kept your ventriloquist act outside the courtroom.
Impossible. A performer lives and breathes his performances. You should know better.
There's gotta be something wrong with this bit of testimony. All right, chat, choice. Isn't that a bit strange to you?
What do you mean?
Well, if you hate Max so much, why would you bother being nice to him? Hi, Crypt. It strikes me as somewhat strange.
Why would it strike you as strange?
Exactly. How is it strange to be cordial to one of your co-workers? Well, if it was simply just being cordial to a co-worker, I'd understand.
Ow, that hurt!
Maybe you should think of having some proof before your lip starts flapping next time. Proof is everything in this world. You should have learned that back at grade school. No reason that Trillo would ever say something nice to Max. But how do I go about proving that with the evidence? Bluffing is everything in this world, but I'm sure you already learned that one. I guess I can give it a shot. The witness will resume his testimony.
I'm absolutely sure it was him. I saw Maximilian Galactica at the scene.
You are 100% absolutely sure of what you just said.
I told you already. Jeez, I'm 100% absolutely sure.
There's no way that you could be any more confident than that, right?
There's no way I can make safe someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols.
Those 3 ridiculous symbols, huh?
Out of curiosity, exactly how many times have you asked that question by now? If you're gonna ask again, I'll answer with a chorus. Everyone together now!
Silk hat, cloak, white roses.
Thank you very much.
Maya, you didn't have to join in, did you? But it's fun shouting out with everyone else. There has to be a hole in his testimony somewhere. I agree. We have the proof to make something stick. All we can do is try, right, Nick? We've got to have something that will prove useful. All right, time to go to work. Well, chat, what do we do? I'll give you that I was waiting that night for Regina, but that doesn't change the fact that I saw Max in the plaza that night. He showed up after I'd been waiting there for about 5 minutes. I said good evening to him, but he didn't even acknowledge my presence. I'm absolutely sure it was him. I saw Maximilian Galactica at the scene. There's no way I can mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. Well, chat, what the answer? The testimony is flawless. I think you lose the case here. Trat. Alright, let's go through it again, chat. I'll give you that I was waiting that night for Regina, but that doesn't change the fact that I saw Max in the plaza that night. He showed up there after I'd been waiting there for about 5 minutes. I said good evening to him, but he didn't even acknowledge my presence. I'm absolutely sure it was him. I saw Maximilian Galactica at the scene. There's no way I could mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. The bars on Max is framed for resolutions. Maybe you can present that somewhere. It has to do with something we pressed earlier, if that's a good hint. They gave you a pretty big hint in this game already. That doesn't change the fact that I saw Max in the plaza that night. He showed up after I had been waiting there for about 5 minutes. I said good evening to him, but he didn't even acknowledge my presence. I'm absolutely sure it was him. I saw Maximilian Galactica at the scene. There's no way I could mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. The symbols? No. I'll do some random pressing, but I'm not going to tell you which one was the hint, but just so that you can refresh yourselves. You saw Max coming out of the big top that night. Of course, that's where I saw him coming from. I was staring at the entrance of the tent the entire time. Guess that makes sense, especially since he was waiting for Regina. About what time would you say these events took place? You're one of the dumbest people on the planet if you can't figure it out yourself. You already know that practice finished promptly at 10 p.m. You already know that I went to the logic house right after practice. You don't need to be a brain surgeon to know about what time it was when I saw him. Let's add 10 more minutes. I'm sure you could do that. Now, what time was it?
Indeed, what time was it?
What time was it? Let me think about that for a second.
Yeah, I'm no good at math.
It was 10:10 p.m.
Oh, yes, that sounds about right.
Sounds about right because that's the time I saw Max on the scene. I said good evening to him, but he didn't even acknowledge my presence. So you testified that you said good evening to Max that night. You must enjoy asking incredibly obvious questions. You say good morning in the morning, good afternoon during the day. And obviously I'd say good night to someone at night. What, Ben? You got something to add? Let me guess. That's not it, Trillo? You say good evening at night?
I'm sorry, Trillo. Mr. Queast, I prefer if you kept your ventriloquist act outside the courtroom.
Impossible. A performer lives and breathes his performances. You should know better. There's gotta be something wrong with this bit of testimony. Isn't that a bit strange to you?
What do you mean?
Well, if you hate Max so much, why would you bother being nice to him? It strikes me as somewhat strange.
Why would it strike you as strange?
Exactly. How is it strange to be cordial to one of your coworkers? Well, if it was simply just being cordial to a coworker, I would understand.
Ow, that hurt!
Maybe you should think of having some proof before your lips start flapping next time. Proof is everything in this world. You should have learned that back in grade school. There's no reason that Trillo would ever say something nice to Max. But how do I go about proving that with the evidence? Bluffing is everything in this world. But I'm sure you already learned that one. I guess I can give it a shot.
The witness will resume his testimony.
I'm absolutely sure it was him. I saw Maximilian Galactica at the scene. You are 100% absolutely sure of what you said? I told you already. Jeez, I'm 100% absolutely sure. There's no way that you could be any more confident than that, right? Okay, I've pressed random stuff, chat. You should have gotten the hint again. Here are the statements again. I'll give you that I was waiting that night for Regina. Bakiri wants to present the broken bottle on this statement. Do we agree?
Objection!
Trillo, is it not true that you had a fight with Max on the day of the murder? A fight? A fight over Regina, to be exact. It wasn't that big of a deal. It was just an argument, a disagreement at most. A disagreement usually doesn't end with someone getting conked over the head. Ah! That morning, Ben got clobbered over the head by Max, didn't he?
What? Is that an admission of assaulted battery? Ouch!
Before we handle that, we should wrap up the defendant's murder charge first. The truth is that on the day of the crime, the defendant and witness had a huge fight. There's absolutely no way they would have suddenly been cordial that evening. Moreover, just consider the personality of the witness on the stand. There's no way a puppet this lewd would just up and say a good evening to his rival. Ah! Are you saying this witness is lying? That he is trying to frame the defendant by claiming to have seen him at the crime scene?
I didn't tell a single lie. Honestly, I just... That's enough from you, Mr. Quist. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's clarify this testimony for the court. Could you explain your theory about who the witness actually saw that night?
I will be honest, that contradiction was a little hard if you missed the investigation sequence and didn't realize that they had a fight involving that glass bottle. But it's pretty easy if you do remember that. What are we choosing here, chat? It's not labeled they had a fight. To be honest, a lot of the early Ace Attorney games do require you to remember a little bit of stuff. Like, I think later games did a lot better job of explaining everything that's relevant to the evidence, whereas this game, I feel like it expects you to remember some stuff from the investigation. If I think it's too obtuse, I could try patching that up a little bit, if I need to. Gotta remember, these are the early games. This is their first swing at it. There's enough votes for 3. I know you changed your vote, Tabitha, but there's enough votes for 3 to go for that. It is my belief that the witness didn't see someone that night. It was just someone else. That's who he said good evening to. What kind of theory is that? The correct one. Furthermore, I don't believe the person the witness saw was Max at all. What? The fuck am I eating? That was just a empty cup with ice in it that's melting in my vain attempts to get the water from the ice. If he had truly met Max that night, there would have been no greeting at all. Which means there is only one proper answer. The person the witness saw that night was not Maximilian Galactica. Hi, homeless meme. That is why Trillo made the effort to greet whoever it was that he saw that evening. Or, good evening, as he put it. What in the world? You... Will the defense kindly explain who it was that Trillo saw that evening, then? Who did they see? You know what? I am gonna buff up the evidence descriptions a bit for people who come in late. Oh, Crypt Warrior wants to present Russell. Enough yeses for that, I think. Considering the ill temper of this witness, there's only one person he would greet. It must be Regina. It's Regina, right? She's so cute. No, Your Honor, it is not Regina. If it was Regina, Trillo would have given her the engagement ring as a present. Took a bit. Hey, Mika. Hey, Awario. Your Honor, what? Oh, yeah, I suppose you got a point there. Thank you for the 5 gift subs, Awario. We're up to 39 in the thingy now. 39 subs total. And I'm adding you to the list of ones to get an epic added. An epic added. That's 5 people on the list now, which means there's 5 slots left. Dodged. Okay, that's an hour and 15 minutes to add to the timer. We're up to 33 hours and 45 minutes. We're 1 sub away from the next incentive as well. Oh, you can DM me later. Or you could say it now, but I prefer you DM me so that I have a record of it and I remember it. Because I can't add it while I'm streaming. Well, I can, I just don't want to. Better to wait till after the stream. It was Russell Berry, the victim himself, was it not? You are correct. It was indeed Russell Berry. The person you saw that evening was the victim, the ringmaster, Russell Berry. That's why you greeted him, Trillo. Isn't that correct? Nope. Answer the question, Mr. Quist. Ah!
Order! How do you respond to this?
Well, wait a second. Well, at first I thought it was the old man, but once I got a better look at him, it was obviously Maximilian Galactica.
I think that it's high time we clear the air about this question. Mr. Geist obviously witnessed a single person in the area of the plaza that evening. The problem is identifying exactly who that person was.
Yo, chat, let's get that. There's a hype train. We can get that hype train higher. Just saying. We're also one away from the next incentive. I'm just saying.
Was it Maximilian Galactica? Or was it the ringmaster, one Mr. Russell Berry?
The prosecution argues that it was the defendants that the witness saw that night. The witness had clearly stated that he saw the defendant's 3 symbols.
3 symbols.
All right, this is getting old. Come on, man. You gotta remember them by now. Here we go again. Everyone all together now. Ow!
Yes, we know. The silk hat, cloak, and white roses.
A silk hat and a cloak. Anyone could wear them. They'd even look good on me.
What was that?
Well, the witness has endlessly repeated that he saw Max's 3 symbols. However, how do we really know it was Maximilian Galactica? It could have been someone else dressed up as him. Possibly even Russell Berry.
What?
Miss Von Karma, do you have any clear evidence that the person this witness saw was the defendant?
If
that's the case, then it is impossible for me to make a judgment at this point.
Yes, I think we finally won a point in this one.
That is very unfortunate.
Huh?
It is a little too excited for your own good, Mr. Phoenix, right?
What do you mean by that?
You merely established one thing from this witness. You established that this witness saw one person in the plaza that night. I applaud you on your effort, but
What?
who that person was can only be answered by the next witness.
Huh?
Your Honor, the prosecution will provide, beyond a shadow of a doubt, an answer to that question and evidence that clearly establishes one thing. That there is no one other than Maximilian Galactica responsible for this crime.
Very well. The court will take a 10-minute recess. During that time, I request the prosecution prepare their next witness. Court is now in recess.
Hype train ends in 30 seconds, chat. Heading out. Okay, Dylus, have a great one. In the meantime, I also think I need a bathroom break. So I'll be right back. Actually, let's go one message further so that there's some music. Wake up, Chad, I'm back.
You have to believe me. I didn't go anywhere near that crime scene.
So then, where were you when the murder took place?
Talked about it yesterday, remember? I was in the ringmaster's room.
And while you were there, it was the ringmaster who left the room, right?
Exactly. He told me to wait in the room because he would be right back.
That's where the ringmaster headed to the scene of the crime, right? That's what it seems like. But the ringmaster must have been wearing Max's costume, right?
Oh, sweetie, I just remembered. I went straight to the ringmaster's room still dressed in my stage clothes. And when I got there, I went ahead and took the costume off.
Which means... It means that the ringmaster could have taken his costume and went out looking like Max.
Fabulous! That's a fabulously possible possibility.
Well done, Nick.
However, sweetie, why would the ringmaster want to dress up like me? Isn't that a bit strange? If you think about it, all they found at the crime scene was my silk hat. What about my cloak? Where did that go?
Double, Wow, Max, I never thought of that. You should be a detective or something.
Well, I was never quite sure what to be when I grew up. Magician or president? You have no idea how hard it was to make a decision.
That's really cool. Fabulous. This mystery just keeps getting deeper. Max is kind of slay, not gonna lie. He's also kind of a dick. Well, he was more of a dick when he wasn't accused of murder. He's a fabulous dick, though.
Now that everyone is back, let's get started. The court is now back in session. Miss Von Karma, please proceed with the prosecution's case.
Very well. I will now call my next witness. A pitiful clown with the unfortunate distinction of having seen the entire thing. Will Mr. Lawrence Curls please take the stand? Why did she just call him a pitiful clown? The witness will state his name and occupation for the court record. Sorry, my glasses are a little blurry. I'm just cleaning them off a little bit. Okay. In West California, born and raised on the playground is the right name and occupation.
Will the witness please inform the court why he's speaking autobiographical gibberish?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just not used to being in court. I've never been in a courtroom in my life. I wasn't quite sure what joke is best suited for this sort of occasion.
What in the world are you talking about? You're in a grand hall of justice, not some comedy club. Since it's easy to see your occupation, please state your name for the court.
Oh, yeah. Maybe this joke is okay. Mom, do I have to wear pants? The sign only says no shirt, no shoes, no service. Okay. How about this? Have you met my proctologist, Dr. Seymour Butts? How is that one? But a couple of clowns are up to no good, started making trouble with your name. Lawrence Curls, professional funny man, also known as Mo the Clown. You witnessed the scene at around 10:15 p.m. the day of the murder, correct? Yes. Yes, it is.
Very well, Mr. Curls. Will you please testify to what you saw that evening?
A rabbi, a priest, and a Rastafarian.
Without the humor, please.
Okay. Aw, poor Mo can't be his normal stoogey self in court. Yeah, I'm surprised nobody caught the Fresh Prince of Clown Air in there. I tried my best to read it out as fast as I could there, so you guys, because it's like actually so stupid. I know, I'm not the greatest comedian in the world. I haven't been able to make people laugh for 10 years. No matter what I say, all I get in return is a vacant stare and a polite applause. Because no one ever laughs at my jokes. I've taken to laughing at them myself. It's a bad habit, but hey, at least I'm trying. I just assumed you made that up because you couldn't read more than the first 2 words. I mean, I literally said it out loud, but okay. Noise confirmed, watching on mute. No, I'm kidding. Noise, noiseless. At least, imagine my predicament. I'm a clown who can't make people laugh. I'm almost useless. But I keep trying. I even tried to come up with jokes just for today. This atmosphere is very nerve-wracking. I decided to try to make everyone laugh. Seriously, everyone, what do you think of me? How am I doing? Aren't we the ones supposed to be asking the questions here? Witness? We will listen to your call for help after the court proceedings are over. Thus, please stick to the facts of this case. Really? You'll really hear me out? Well, I'll make sure that one of my staff will be a straight man later. Thank you, I can't wait. Poor Gumshoe. Well, that's settled. Shall we begin once again with the testimony? Of course we can. I'll talk for as long as you want. Witness testimony. What you witnessed. The night of the murder, after practice was over, I went straight back to my room. You have no idea how tired I was that night. I was pooped. I thought I'd go straight to sleep, but before I did, I glanced out the window. That's when I saw 2 silhouettes. They were a bit far away, though. It was the ringmaster, and he was with Max, who was wearing his cloak. I kept watching them, and all of a sudden, Max clocked the ringmaster over the head. That's very interesting. If this eyewitness account is to be believed, I have enough to pass judgment right now. Of course you can. There's no way that this account could be criticized. However, the witness is a bit, how do you say, off-kilter. Almost like he has some sort of atmosphere of guilt surrounding him. That must be because of my insincere smile. Mr. Wright, please begin the defense's cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Nick, you gotta find some kind of contradiction in his testimony. I know that. Mr. Wright, Your Honor, I'm afraid that if you push this witness too far, it would bring disaster upon this court. Thus, I sincerely hope you're not going to engage in pointless saber rattling. I understand, Your Honor. If you cause this crowd to stray from the facts, I'll hold you responsible. Why am I responsible? I'm not the one with the corny jokes. Anyway, what they're trying to say is that if we press a statement here that's not something important, we will get penalized for it. Which means I cannot press willy-nilly. Which means, chat, I need you to tell me what to press. The night of the murder, after practice was over, I went straight back to my room. Do we press this? Or move on? Press everything? Do we have the health for that? I don't fucking think so. I mean, we probably do, but don't risk it, chat. I want you to think about this. I don't know ice in my mouth. You have no idea how tired I was that night. I was broke. Maybe I shouldn't have ice in my mouth. Probably a bad idea. That's cold. Chat. Ugh. Yes, I'm eating rocks made of water. I thought I'd go straight to sleep, but before I did, I glanced out the window. Press this or no? That's when I saw two silhouettes. They were a bit far away, though. Next. It was the ringmaster, and he was with Max, who was wearing his cloak. Press this statement. You'd say you clearly saw this, even though you were, your own admission, far away? That's right. I have been thinking about it over and over since that night. But things didn't really make sense until I spoke with the prosecutor, Mrs. Von Karma. But now I'm 100% certain that it was Max or the ringmaster that I saw that night. Just think about it. How could I be wrong if Max is always wearing his uppity symbols? Uppity symbols. Lawyers nowadays. Do you have to go to school anymore to be one? All right, everyone knows what to do. All together now. Say it with Uncle Mo. See what I mean? It's always like this. The crowd never wants to go along with me. I must really be utterly and completely worthless as a clown. Yowza! The foolishness. Get back on track. Will the witness please testify as to what he saw, and only what he saw? I kept watching them. All of a sudden, Max clonked the ringmaster over the head. You know, Mo's testimony and what he told us yesterday are kind of different. Yeah, I noticed. We just got to pinpoint what's changed. You could do it, Nick. All right, chat, what do we do now? Press on clonk? Sure. You say you saw the ringmaster get clonked over the head? Yes, I did. It's the climax of my story. He really does enjoy the completely random non sequitur. What would you say the victim was struck with? You mean the weapon? I have no idea. The weapon wasn't found in the murder scene, right? That's not what I meant. You did say you did see everything, didn't you? Well, yeah, I suppose I did. Wait, no, I didn't. I didn't see a weapon. Mo, did you or did you not see the crime of the murder committed that night?
Objection!
I will not permit you to harass my witness in this matter. You doesn't have an excellent reason for attacking this poor clown. Because if you don't, you know what is waiting for you. A nice penalty. Gulp. Isn't this a bit melodramatic? That's like half our health bar, chat. So what will it be then, Mr. Phoenix Knight? Do you have any clear basis to believe that my witness did not see the crime? Do we, chat?
Or clonk. Okay, noise. I added that to the description of it to make it more clear when that bottle, what that bottle was used for. So don't use that, okay? This is what the actual description is just. I'm gonna save you some health, maybe. This might also kill us. Well, see, right now I don't have a clear basis to be thinking that. This is just another one of your pointless efforts to badger my witness. Thus you have deserved your penalty. No, wait a second, Miss Von Karma. This time I do not feel the need to treat Mr. Wright so harshly. That's right, what he said. Held up by the judge. What an honor indeed. If we must penalize Mr. Wright for his display, I think a verbal censure would be best. You know the rules, Mr. Wright. There's no room for baseless outing in this courtroom. I guess he didn't really bail me out after all. You know, most just... Okay. Alright, chat. I will tell you right now, though. I'm not gonna tell you shit. Should I just keep... What do we press next, chat? The night of the murder, after practice was over, I went straight back to my room. You have no idea how tired I was that night. I was pooped. I thought I'd go straight to sleep, but before I did, I glanced out the window. That's when I saw two silhouettes. They were a bit far away, though. It was the ringmaster, and he was with Max, who was wearing his cloak. I kept watching them, and all of a sudden, Max clonked the ringmaster over the head. Which statement, chat? Statement number 1. Statement number 2. Statement number 3. Statement number 4. Statement number 5. Statement number 6. Good night, Tabitha. That's the far away one. Far away, you say? If you had to say exactly, how far away were they? Let me think about that for a second. If my room is here, and they looked about yay big, I'd say they're about 30 feet from my window. It is 30 feet? That's not far at all. It was snowing that night, and it cut down our visibility. I see. Please continue with your testimony regarding the two shadows that you saw. Alright, what next? The night of the murder, after practice was over, I went straight back to my room. You have no idea how tired I was that night. I was pooped. I thought that I'd go straight to sleep, but before I did, I glanced out the window. That's when I saw two silhouettes. They're a bit far away, though. The ringmaster, and he was with Max, who was wearing his cloak. I think we pressed this one already. You say you clearly saw this, even though you're on a mission far away? I think this was last night. Yeah, we did this one already. And then everybody ignored his call for the uppity symbols. Alright, chat, what next? I think there's only really one statement here that's worth pressing left that we haven't done yet. That's my hint. The night of the murder, after practice was over, I went straight to my room. You have no idea how tired I was that night. I was pooped. I thought I'd go straight to sleep, but before I did, I glanced out the window. That's when I saw two silhouettes. They were a bit far away, though. It was the ringmaster, and he was with Max, who was wearing his cloak. I kept watching them all, and all of a sudden, Max plonked the ringmaster over the head. We have pressed this statement, we have pressed this statement, and we have pressed this statement. This statement might have more to it, but I'm gonna tell you right now, you need more info. So that leaves statements we haven't pressed as being this statement, and this statement. Which one should we press? Homeless Bean wants to present the first statement, to press the first statement. You said that practice wrapped up around 10 p.m., correct?
See, that's the thing.
Huh?
How exactly am I supposed to make a joke about 10 p.m.? Now 8 o'clock, that's something the clown can riff off of. Let's just pretend it was 8 o'clock. That way, I can make a great joke.
What do we say, chat? You want to know what he's gonna say? That's the first one to get 3 votes. Unfortunately, option 1 got more votes because of homeless meme before the other one did. Let's not make it 8 p.m. All right, Mo?
What do you mean, let's not? Don't take the clown out of the clowning around.
Come on, Nick, just listen to his joke. There are 3 reasons why I don't want to. 1, I probably won't laugh. 2, I'll get hit with a penalty. 3, I'll get whipped. Will the witness just proceed with his factual testimony? You are so boring. All right, do we press? There's 2 statements left to press, chat. You have no idea how tired I was that night. I was pooped, and I thought I'd go straight to sleep, but before I did, I glanced out the window. Which statement should we press? This one? He just happened to glance out of the window?
You can say that. You can also say I peeked, stared, glimpsed, peeped, eyeballed. Mr. Curls.
Oh, I guess synonyms aren't allowed either. What should I do? I wonder if I should press him further on this issue. Should we press him further? Exactly why did you look out your window that night?
Why? Why? Clowns don't need a reason to look out their windows, do they?
That's not what I meant. I meant that, well, when we spoke yesterday...
Once I had tucked myself into bed, I heard this amazing noise. It was incredibly loud. It sounded like a giant thump. Oh yeah, I forgot about that!
You forgot? Your Honor, the witness looked out of his window upon hearing a loud sound. He did not just simply glance out of his window that night.
Oh yeah, that's right! I forgot to mention that thump, didn't I? Owie, ow, ow.
That's not something you just forget to mention. Yeah, what she said. I believe it would be best if Bo were to revise his testimony. Very well. Mr. Curls, please revise your testimony. This should start turning the tables in our favor.
I heard a huge noise outside the window, and that's what made me take a look outside.
Should we press this new statement, chat? Yes, we should press this new statement. What was the sound like?
Well, I guess it kind of sounded like... I guess you could say...
Mr. Curls, may the court remind you that humor is unnecessary.
So how'd you know I was gonna make a joke? I guess that sounded like, I suppose it sounded like someone getting hit with something very hard. Yep, that's what it sounded like, honestly.
Someone getting hit, huh? What then? You were to look out the window and you saw? Alright, chat, now what? Heard a huge noise outside the window, and that's what made me look outside. That's when I saw two silhouettes. They were big, a bit far away though. It was the ringmaster, and he was with Max. He was wearing his cloak. I kept watching them, and all of a sudden, Max clonked the ringmaster over his head. Now you can press on the clonk. You say you saw the ringmaster get clonked over the head? Yes, I did! It's the climax of my story! He really does enjoy the completely random non-sequitur. Okay, we read this already.
Objection!
Do we have a clear basis, chat? I've got a great reason to make my claim. And I suppose you will be telling us all that great reason? Of course I will. The reason is the witness's very own testimony. What is the meaning of that, Mr. Wright? Mo said that he heard a sound like a thump of someone getting hit. He did say that. However, Mo just stated the following under oath. I kept watching them, and all of a sudden, Max plonked the ringmaster over the head. If Mo is to be believed when he said he looked out the window upon hearing a sound, there's no way that he could have seen Max clonk anyone. In 1980, a crack clown was sent to prison by... Mr. Curls, how do you respond to Mr. Wright's assessment? They didn't commit. These clowns promptly escaped from a maximum security clown car. Mr. Curls, are you reciting the C-Team theme to anger this court? No, I'm just stalling for time while I jog my memory. Great job, Nick! These types of witnesses always seem to have a selective memory. You just have to peel back the layers of the clown makeup to find the truth. Well, you're back from your jog? Well, it pretty much happened the way I said. Pretty much? When I looked out my window that night, the ringmaster was already face down in the snow. The prosecution helped me fill in the gaps of my statement. What karma? Tampering with witnesses again. So now you were saying that you did not see the defendant clonk the ringmaster? Yes. When I looked out my window, the ringmaster had already checked out. Checked out? Yep, he was on permanent vacation, as they say. Mr. Curls! Your Honor, you did not witness the actual crime. However, you still say you saw the criminal, correct? Yes, exactly. The ringmaster was slumped over and I saw someone's silhouette next to him. Very well, then please testify to the silhouette you saw. I expect the truth. And if I even catch a hint of a joke from you, I will put you in a holding cell until you learn court etiquette. Got it? Got it. It was a bit far away, but that shadow could only have belonged to Max. There's no doubting it, especially since I saw his uppity symbols. His silk hat, that black cloak, they were all there. His face was silhouetted, but there was no doubt it was him. His cloak was fluttering in the wind, so I couldn't really see what he was carrying. It does seem as if the defendant was at the scene of the crime. It took the clown long enough to get his facts straight. But whatever, this should finally be good enough, yes? It is decisive testimony. Was Max really at the crime scene that night? He said he wasn't there. We have to believe in that. All right, Mr. Wright, commence your cross-examination. I do not think we'll get penalized for pressing anymore, so I will just press until you tell me otherwise, chat. It was a bit far away, but that shadow could have only have belonged to Max. Don't you think that you were going a little overboard with how explicit you're being? That shadow belonged to Max is an awfully firm statement, don't you think? What are you getting at? I'm just saying that one of your fellow performers' life is on the line here. Are you truly, 100%, absolutely certain it was Max? I'm not the kind of person who would lie about something as serious as this. The silhouette I saw was Max. I'm convinced of that. It doesn't seem like he is jumping to any conclusions this time. Let's go over this again then. What makes you so sure that you saw Max that night? There's no doubting it, especially since I saw his uppity symbols. Julo said the same thing. But if it was just the symbols, then even I could have been wearing them. What if someone had just taken Max symbols and worn them? I thought of that myself, but just looking at the shape of the face I saw, it must have been Max.
You sure of that?
Such a silly little boy. He threw his entire case headlong into a trap.
His silk hat, that black cloak, they were all there. You're sure that is what you saw that night? Exactly what I said I saw is exactly what I saw. I've got eyes like a hawk. Don't birds have terrible night vision? But that's not all I saw. His face was silhouetted, but there was no doubt it was him. You were able to see that kind of detail from your window?
There was a light to the scene of the crime. Anyone with decent eyesight should have been able to see that much.
Out of curiosity, Mo, what is your eyesight like? I can see like a hawk out of my left eye, and an eagle out of my right eye.
But I could say his eyesight is a perfect 20/20.
That must mean he could have seen the crime scene clearly. The more we look into this matter, the more suspicious it becomes. Hey, you asked me what my eyesight was like, not what it actually was. His cloak was fluttering in the wind, so I couldn't really see what he was carrying. So you didn't actually see what the criminal was holding? That's correct, but I've been curious to know what caused that loud noise. It must have been something incredibly hard. Too bad they haven't found the murder weapon to know for sure. They claim it was a blunt object, at least it says so in the autopsy report. With Cholo's testimony and now Mo's, it really seems like Max is the killer.
Nick, you gotta find a contradiction in this.
That's not going to be enough. What? I have to prove that Mo saw someone other than Max that night. That's the only thing that will help. Gotta do it. Alright, chat, what do we do? We've got, it was a bit far away, but that shadow could only have belonged to Max. There's no doubting it, especially since I saw his uppity symbols. His silk hat, that black cloak, they were all there. His face was silhouetted, but there was no doubt it was him. His cloak was fluttering in the wind, so I couldn't really see what he was carrying. Where's the contradiction? It was a bit far away, but that shadow could have only belonged to Max. Is statement number 1. Statement number 2. There's no doubting it, especially since I saw his uppity symbols. Statement number 3. His silk hat, that black cloak, they were all there. Statement 4. His face was silhouetted, but there was no doubt it was him. Statement 5. His cloak was fluttering in the wind, so I couldn't really see what he was carrying. What are we presenting and where? What was Ben doing when the murder happened? He was standing outside the front gate. He claims to have seen Max heading towards the scene of the crime. Here's a hint, chat. Don't overthink this one. It was a bit far away, but that shadow could have only belonged to Max. There's no doubting it, especially since I saw his uppity symbols. His silk hat, that black cloak, they were all there. His face was silhouetted, but there was no doubt it was him. His cloak was fluttering in the wind, so I couldn't really see what he was carrying. Zoldo wants to present the promo poster on this. Do we agree? You say you saw all of Max's uppity symbols? I suppose so. The silk hat and the cloak, right? Mo, everyone knows that Maximilian Galactica has 3 uppity symbols. 3 symbols? Yay, everyone get ready! All together now! Silk hat, cloak, white roses! What the? Who cares if he knew that there was 3 or not? He saw what he saw, and he saw the symbols. He just forgot to mention one. Isn't that right, Mo? Do you like pie? I love pie! 3.145. Silence, fool. You are to respond with the whole truth. No fractions. Order! Order! Mo, you didn't see the roses, did you? To be honest, there weren't any roses on the person I saw.
Objection!
I told you not to overthink it, chat. The crime scene was dark. It's obvious it was too dark to see that kind of detail.
Objection!
But the witness said he was able to see the silhouette of the criminal's face. Not to mention that the roses are white. There's no way he could have missed them.
Objection!
Then the roses must have fallen off with the defendant assaulted the victim. If that was the case, then the police would have found them near the crime scene. Mr. Wright, are these white roses truly material to the facts of the case? Clearly not. He's just toying with the court. I got her on the ropes now. These seemingly insignificant facts have never failed to lead me to the truth yet. Someone is toying with the court, but it's not me. Your Honor, do you recall Trillo's testimony? There's no way I could mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. How can you mistake someone with that crazy getup and his nose stuck up so high? How could you mistake someone wearing such a snobby 3-piece getup? Trillo saw them all. Trillo saw all 3 of Max's symbols. As a symbol? Bro, the entire trial and the entirety of Trillo's testimony, they were really drilling that into your brains. They go out of your way to drill it into your brain. But your people here watching the stream are also being passive observers, so I can understand how that can happen. If I could add the 3 symbols to the description, the poster says 3 symbols on it though. The specific ones? Fine. I mean, I feel like no one's gonna forget it now. Done. You has assumed they were pins. You're always forgetting. Trillo saw them all. Trillo saw all 3 of Max's symbols. However, this witness claims there was no white roses on the person he saw. And there is absolutely no doubt that this is a contradiction. Now what am I supposed to think? What is supposed to disregard the pointless, but this? Judge, forget the roses. Think about his other testimony. The witness has stated without a doubt that he saw Maximilian Galactica. Nothing else matters. Let's wrap this case up now. Your Honor, it may be trivial, but it does cast doubt on the prosecution's case. Frankly, I have my doubts about this witness. It seems that, unlike wine, the witness has not grown more mature with age. I'm not mature? I've come to a conclusion. I'm 99% certain that this witness saw the defendant. However, my remaining 1% of doubt is quite reasonable, which means that for my peace of mind, I'm going to request a bit more testimony. But what? If there are no contradictions in his next statement, I am prepared to issue a ruling. A ruling? Nick, this is your last chance. The Silhouette, Part 2.
There's no doubt in my mind, there were no white roses that night. However, all the other symbols were there. I'm equally sure of that. Especially the silk hat. There's no way I could forget seeing the decorations on it. He was wearing it the entire time that he was on the scene.
Mr. Wright, you've got one last chance at this.
Just one chance.
I will not allow even the slightest hint of badgering against this witness. If you are going to prove to me there is a contradiction with Mr. Curl's statement, you'd better have at least a shred of evidence to back up your accusations.
I've only got a single shot at this. I've got to be careful. I understand, Your Honor. One chance is all I will need. What that essentially is telling us is we're not allowed to press. All right, chat? So lock the fuck in. No pressing, chat. Just evidence. There's no doubt in my mind there were no white roses that night. However, all of the other symbols were there. I'm equally sure of that. Especially the silk hat. There's no way I could forget seeing the decorations on it. He was wearing it the entire time that he was on the scene. What do you think, Nick? There's no way I'm going to lose after coming this far. There's got to be an answer. It's probably in the court record. All right, chat, what's the contradiction? Luke wants to present the silk hat on the last statement. Do we agree?
Objection!
This wouldn't happen to be the silk hat you saw that night, would it? Yep, that's it. That's the hat he was wearing that night. No question in your mind? Exactly how would one mistake a thing like that? I see.
Is there some sort of problem, Mr. Wright?
Miss Von Karma, where exactly was the silk hat found?
Must you always ask these questions? It was found at the crime scene. The crime scene?
That means the silk hat fell off at the crime scene. However, the witness clearly testified to the contrary. The witness stated that he was wearing it the entire time he was on the scene.
No, that's not true!
Order, order, order! Mr. Curls!
Yes, Your Honor.
What is the meaning of all of this? You're old enough to know better than to behave like this in court.
Hey, that's just not right. That's so hard.
What's not right here is your eyesight and your memory, amongst other things.
Why are you being so mean to me? What did I do? Let me guess, you didn't like my jokes or something, right? You didn't have to go and insult my eyesight or my memory. They're both great. Seriously, why? Just because you were sitting above me doesn't mean no matter how old I can, I'm always be younger than you.
Enough of these childish outbursts, Mr. Curls. Who do you think you are?
I saw him. I swear I saw him. It was Max. Even if he didn't have his roses, he was still wearing his dumb silk hat. I'm telling the truth.
He's turned into a bratty little kid. It's pitiful, isn't it?
He left the scene wearing that dumb silk hat. He was there.
He left the scene? What's the matter, Nick? There's something I've been mulling over for a while now. Mo?
What do you want?
You just said that he left the scene. Exactly how did the murderer leave the scene of the crime?
What? He went. What do you mean, how did he leave the scene? You can't ask me that.
Objection!
Mr. Phoenix Light is badgering the witness, Your Honor.
Objection!
This witness's testimony is so full of holes, Miss Von Karma's protest is useless.
You've got a point. Let's hear what the witness has to say on this matter. Is that all right with you, little guy?
Don't talk to me like I'm a little baby. Besides, what kind of stupid question is, how did he leave the crime scene? The answer's obvious. He just turned around and walked away.
That's what I expected you to say. You sure that's how it happened?
Say what?
Huh?
I'm not sure I know exactly where you're going with this. Lawyers nowadays, you love to harp on the smallest things. Do you have any proof to counter his story as to how the criminal left the scene?
Well, chat, do we? Noise wants to present the crime scene photo. Seems like people agree. Look at this picture. The problem is the footprints in the snow.
Footprints?
In this photo, we can clearly see the footprints of the victim. However, where are the criminal's footprints? They aren't there.
Ay, 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 ay.
So, Mo, exactly how did the criminal escape the scene? Your Honor, this witness has already proven that his testimony is completely unreliable. I move to strike all of this witness's testimony from the court record.
I agree. This clown's testimony is as rickety as the clown car he came to court in.
Wait just a second! You guys can't just ignore everything I've said! Fine, I'll tell you the truth this time.
You wait a second! I think you've said more than enough for today.
That didn't hurt. I'm sick and tired of listening to you anyways. I'll give you the real deal this time, I swear.
I don't know why, but I get the feeling things are gonna get worse before they get better.
Mr. Lawrence Curls.
Yes?
The testimony you provided up until now has been false?
It hasn't been false. I haven't lied. It's just
what?
It's just I was a bit confused on the bit about the criminal leaving the scene. Especially since Von Karma and her whip told me not to talk about what I really saw.
Order! I will have order! Francisco Von Karma, how could you?
Your Honor, if you had heard the truth from this witness, you would have exactly the same opinion as I have.
What opinion is that?
It's not funny.
That's enough out of you. I'm going to listen to what he has to say. Now then, let's hear the truth about what you say you saw, Mr. Curls.
You're not gonna believe this, but it's all true, I tell ya.
Try not to waste that time with your idiotic drivel.
The truth.
Now it's time for our next segment, Mo Knows. Everything that I've said up until now has been the truth. When I looked out the window, the ringmaster was down and Max was standing above him. He wasn't wearing his white roses, but he was wearing the silk hat. That's when I saw he. This is the truth now, get ready for it. He flew! He jumped up and flew through the air! He flew right off and disappeared into the darkness! That's why there is no footprints! Flying people don't leave footprints!
I told you it wasn't funny. Do you believe me now?
Well, that was how do you put this into words?
Maximilian Galactica is a world-class magician, but to leave the scene of a crime by flying, there's no way that actually happened.
You're right.
Why is she right? You believe the other witnesses. Why wouldn't you believe me? Especially since this is the best part of the story.
To be honest, this is the first time I've heard of a flying criminal. What do you think about this witness's testimony, Mr. Wright?
What are we saying, chat? Everyone's saying 2. What he just said was so strange. I don't think he would have made it up.
Which means that he's telling the truth.
That's what I think. Nick, wait! That means that Max actually used magic! Yikes, you're right. Ow!
Only a foolish-looking fool could be fooled by such a foolish fool's dream. Don't be ridiculous. Magic does not exist.
I suppose I will let you all know my thinking regarding this matter. The criminal disappeared into the sky. Well, I'd love to believe that, but I just can't wrap my head around about how that could actually happen.
You imbecile!
If you disregard a need for proof, Miss Von Karma's case is sound. However, I've got the feeling that this case is in dire need of more investigation. Thus, I will conclude today's proceeding at this point. It is an undisputed fact that the criminal left no footprints at the scene. Tomorrow, I want us to find out the reason behind this mystery of mysteries. I believe that's enough for today. Court is adjourned. Hey, sweeties, what in the world is going on? That's what I want to know. They say the criminal flew off into the air and disappeared. Max, I can't believe I'm asking this, but you didn't fly that night, did you? I know that you didn't mean to ask me such a fabulously stupid question. I can't fly whenever I please. It's not that easy. But it looks so effortless for you on stage. It's not that simple. I'm not actually flying on stage. I use invisible wires and have them hoist me through the air. Wow, you just told me the secret to your magic. No! I broke the first rule! The cardinal rule! The only rule! I'm sorry, Max. Who made you break a magician's creed to never reveal the secret to their tricks? Nick, what do we do now? All we can do now is hope we find the flying criminal in court tomorrow. Great idea. Let's do our best and catch this sucker. To be continued. Yeah, like that's legitimately hard to do, even as a showman sword. So it's not like he doesn't have skill. That's actually like really hard to do, even with invisible wires. So Max is still legit, you know? All right, I gotta go refill my water. I'll be right back. Morning, Hanatoro. All right, I'm back from getting water. You guys ready to think? We're in an investigation segment, so this is mostly going to be paying attention from you guys. But there are still Cyclocks here, so be prepared to lock in a little bit. Nick? What is it? I've got a confession to make. I'm terrible at figuring out magic tricks. Magic tricks? Yep, magic tricks are by their very definition tricks, right? But I can never figure out the tricks when I see them. That's because the tricks are performed by pros. They do it so you can't guess the trick. But the trick Pearly showed me was incredible. Pearls did a magic trick? What kind of trick was it? Let's see, it looked like she pulled the end of her own thumb off. First she put her right thumb next to her left hand, and then it just separated. She could move it up and down and everything. It was incredible. Really? Was it kind of like this? What? Wow, how'd you do that? Nick, you're like a real magician. See, this is why I just can't figure out magic. I'm no good at it. Especially hard tricks like flying away from the scene of a murder. And you'll take all the fun out of magic if you keep trying to figure it out. Oh, my sweeties! You mind hurrying up and getting me out of this place? We're doing our best, Max. Just hang in there. little while ago, some people from a local TV station came by. And since I'm a famed magician, they said, let's make you your very own TV special.
Really? What kind of TV special?
Maximilian Galactica, the Great Prison Escape. It would be aired live.
Hey, that sounds like it would be an awesome special.
But if I do the special before I'm acquitted, they'll never let me out of here for real.
Well, it would surely be an unnecessary addition to your troubles with the law.
That's what I was thinking, but the production staff is already working on the show. If you don't get me out quick, I'll have no choice but to stage a real prison break.
You seem awfully calm about that possibility.
I'd have no choice. It would be a contractual obligation. That's show business.
The night of the crime, you didn't happen to fly off into the sky, did you?
Here's how everything went down, sweetie. At the time of the murder, I was sitting in the ringmaster's room. Not to mention, flying off into the sky is just not something I can do at will. I don't care what the stoogey clown says, it wasn't me.
Max, do you mind teaching me the trick behind flying?
You'll have to forgive me, sweetie. The difference between me and cheap imitation magicians is that I keep my mouth shut. I don't teach people tricks, but I will say this much. It's much harder than you think.
I was thinking about this in court today. I've got a favor to ask of you.
Anything for you, sweetie.
Be friends with the other performers in the circus.
Fabulous! A great joke! Why would I be friends with a bunch of hacks like them?
But
I've won on the world stage! I've won the International Grand Prix!
International Grand Prix?
Performers should always look to perform on the world stage! But the performers in this circus are completely and utterly devoid of ambition! That is something that I can simply not tolerate!
Ambition, huh? Something about what Max just said rings true to my ears.
Oh my sweeties want to hear all about the Grand Prix, don't they? To be honest though, I've told this story like hundreds of times already, so it's a bit boring.
We're sorry to make you tell it again.
You must not have heard of me. I am really sick of telling this story. But what can you do? I'm Maximilian Galactica. I suppose I could tell it again. Voila! Here, take a look at this! I just happen to have a picture from the Grand Prix with me. Just look at this fabulous stage. That is the first stage I ever flew on. I flew right over the audience. The crowd erupted into applause. At that time, I thought to myself that I could die right then and die a happy man. I'll never forget how I felt that night. The emotions, the acclaim.
Wow.
By the way, I think everyone who is a performer should get to experience that feeling. I just wish I could explain that to the other people in the circus.
That's incredible, Max. I want a trophy too. Hey, Nick, how about you buy me a trophy? That's not how you earn a trophy, Maya.
My sweeties, you can have this picture of my triumph. Just make sure you show it to all the other members of the circus. Look and learn. That's what you should tell them.
Learn how to get thrown in jail. Grand Prix photo added to the court record. December 29th, very big circus entrance. You hear that? It sounds like two people arguing. All right, let's do it. Are you ready?
Yes. Wait.
Quit your whining. Let's just give this a shot already. All right, let's go.
Row, row, row your boat.
Row, row, row your boat. What are you doing? Gently down the street. Come on, you know that.
I'm trying my best, but Trillo, this isn't going to work.
Do you enjoy saying dumb things? You're going to have to be on your own someday. You can handle something as simple as this. What are you gonna do then?
Hello, Ben. Hello to you too, Trillo.
What are you doing here? Can't you see we're on a secret crash training course?
I'm sorry.
Secret crash training? Whoa.
Yes, Trillo wouldn't give up until I said we'd try out his idea for a new routine. So we were trying to sing in a round for our new ventriloquism act.
In a round? You can really do that? That's incredible. See? Even they are surprised by the idea. I told you.
You're not the only ones. You surprised me with your idea.
Once we got a grip on the basics, then it's just a matter of practice.
You think so? Oh, I almost forgot. I wanted to give this back to you.
Ah, there it is! Now that I got this ring bag, it's time to take one more shot at Regina.
Was that actually removed from my court record? Yes, it was. Okay. I know that you already testified in court today.
You want to talk about what we saw, right?
Yes.
Well, at first we thought it was the old man. Looking at his walk and how he acted, right, Ben?
Huh? Oh, yeah, that's right.
Then we saw hello and didn't even get a reply. Not to mention he was draped in those gaudy symbols.
What would you have thought if he wasn't wearing those symbols?
What did you think, Ben?
What? Oh, I would have thought it was the ringmaster. Something just isn't adding up here. I wonder who they really saw. I was hoping I could ask you about Regina.
I'm completely serious about her. That's why I'm waiting for her even now.
Really? That's so sweet. If you really wanted to see Regina, shouldn't you check out the tent?
Ha! You haven't got a clue about things, do you, sweetheart?
Eh?
Wait, this is part of being in love.
How so?
If you had a clue, you would know that waiting is such a sweet, wonderful torture. When your body aches for your partner's love, that's one of the best parts.
Yeah, I knew that. Poor Maya. She's so red, she looks like a vine-ripe tomato. How is your new routine working out?
Will you do just take a chill pill already? Our routine's a secret. We're gonna take the ventriloquism world by storm. It'll be a real revolution.
That sounds incredible.
But let me make one thing clear. We're not gonna take on the world just because that jerk said we should.
That jerk?
That's Galactica. Whoever should aim for the world, who does he think he is?
Hello, you seem to really be fired up about all this.
He needs to realize that he isn't the only one who can conquer the world stage.
You're right, you're right!
Mark my words, I, Triloquist, will win the Grand Prix.
You're the man now, doll!
Row, row, row your boat will be the key to a glorious victory.
Not to rain on your parade, but wouldn't a more mature song be best?
Hey, you gotta start somewhere, right? Don't screw this up. You gotta be part of this too.
Oh, it's you two. You look like you just got hit by a truck. Shouldn't you get some rest? Oh, I'm taking a rest right now, pal. I've been listening to some crazy clown's life story. Miss Karma told me to come down here and do this for her. Yeah, I figured as much. But let me tell you something, pal. Listening to that old clown sucks all your energy. Every time he's done talking, he looks at you like you should be doing something. I think he's waiting for you to laugh at his jokes. I know that, pal. You have any idea how much your face hurts if you fake laughing that much? Francisca really set you up bad this time, didn't she? If you ask me, she should be listening to Mo herself. No way, pal. You're not gonna get me to backbite a woman with a whip. No way. Why are you defending her? Prosecutor Von Karma's always got her eyes on us. And every time you definitely don't want her to show up, poof, there she is. Don't show up. 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 Looks like she's wound him up, round him up pretty tight. She's directly above us as we speak. Huh? How is that possible? According to the clown, the culprit jumped from here and disappeared into the sky. That's what happened. It means the killer passed right by this window, pal. Oh, I see. Who lives in that room? Behind the window up there. The acrobat's got his room on the 3rd floor, it seems. Pretty soon, Miss Von Karma's gonna start her investigation up there. So don't get any ideas of going up into the acrobat's room. Got it, pal? Francisca Von Karma. Once she's done with her investigation, I think I'll go up there and check it out. Huh? Where's Regina? I don't know. If she's with that tiger, I don't want to find out. Let's hurry up and get out of here. Nick, you're kind of a chicken, aren't you? No. I'm just, allergic to wild tigers. All right, welcome to the wonderful, the fabulous, the cafeteria.
Yikes, he's in an awfully good mood.
All right, you know what time it is? Riddle time. Why does everyone cry when they eat Mexican pizza? Come on, you can answer this. It's easy.
Because cafeteria Mexican pizza is possibly a weapon of bowel destruction.
Buzz, wrong. Try again. Okay, what do you think, girly?
I got it!
Okay, what is your answer?
Because they're in the cafeteria.
Exactly! It's an incredibly sad place, that cafe.
I did it! What's going on? He's being too nice.
Ah, not this picture. He showed that to you guys too?
Huh? You've seen it as well?
Well, you know what they say about Maximilian Galactica. He really gets around. Oh yeah, he didn't just show me the picture.
What do you mean?
He showed me his bust too. Let me tell you, that thing is enormous. It's in the picture, I think. He'd make us worship it every day. He made us bow to his greatness.
He's got a big bust? I wouldn't mind hearing more about Max's bust. Not that I'm into that sort of thing. Today's been a really crazy day, hasn't it?
You're telling me. I didn't think it was going to be so tough.
Tough?
Yeah, it was a tough crowd. That's what you call a crowd that refuses to laugh. For instance, it was such a tough crowd this morning I had to smash watermelons. I told them all a great story and even greater jokes, but no one bursted out laughing.
You even used the famed no shoes, no shirt, no service joke.
Exactly! How can you not laugh at stunning comedy like that?
Are you 100% sure about what your testimony today?
I saw what I saw, I swear. That creep just
Flew through the air?
It wasn't exactly flying per se, it was more like floating. The silhouette of his face made me positive it was Max.
I don't see a cyclops. You must be telling the truth.
Max's bust should be on that small table over there.
There's nothing over there.
Really? Oh yeah. When was it? I'd say about 5 days ago. All of a sudden, the bust disappeared.
It disappeared?
If you want to see it, there's a photo on the bulletin board over there. Max just had to put the picture up.
Hey, this thing is really cool. Nick, I want someone to make a bust of me. Sure, as long as I'm not paying for it. Aww. Max G busts been added to the court record. Is there anything else that's changed about this place?
Nope, nothing's changed that I can see.
I wonder if he's actually thinking about this or if he's setting up a bad joke.
Nope, I'm drawing a blank here.
Quiet Mo is a good Mo in my book. I guess there really aren't any other things that have changed, huh?
Well, there is this one teensy tiny thing that does seem different.
Tell us!
Well, the morning of the crime, over on that bulletin board, this piece of paper was posted front and center.
Piece of paper.
It's torn, so I don't know what it said, but I can see its title.
Yikes! It says, "To the murderer." Murderer?
Yep, that's what it says. The rest of it has been ripped off. And I don't know who posted it.
When did you find this?
The morning before the murder.
Before the murder?
Yes, the ringmaster was killed the night after this paper was discovered.
Who in the world posted this thing? Note added to the court record. I almost said the crime record. Nick, I think we better follow up on this important lead. Do you know anything about this note? The morning of the murder. It was posted on the wall in the cafeteria.
I do know all about that note. When I read it, my heart certainly skipped a beat.
Your heart skipped a beat?
While I was enjoying my morning tea, the ringmaster and company entered the room.
And company?
I guess it wasn't really a company. It was just the ringmaster and my sweetie pie. When the ringmaster read that note, he turned an incredible bright red. All of a sudden, he tore it off the wall and shoved it into the pocket of his tailcoat.
Really? Out of curiosity, what in the world was written on that thing?
Let's see.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I don't want to steal the fun from my sweeties. Go and find out on your own. I'm sure you can find it somewhere. You might also want to ask my sweetie pie princess.
December 29th, Big Top Ringmaster's room. Max and the Ringmaster had their talks in this room. That could have been when the Ringmaster put on Max's costume and went outside. Why did he do that anyway? Was it really that cold or something? Hey, do you see that? There's a scrap of paper shoved into the pocket of the tailcoat. You know, I've got a feeling I know what that is. I bet that's the other half of the note that Mo gave us. And let's hurry up and check this thing out, Nick. I knew it! It fits perfectly with the other piece. What does it say? What does it say? To the murderer, I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Meet me at 10 o'clock p.m. tonight at the Lodging House Plaza. Tonight at 10 p.m.? That's when the murder took place! Now we need to find out who called out to the Ringmaster. The note updated in the court record. Don't worry, Chad, I'm on it. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. I'm sure you did a good job as usual.
Well, I am done with the investigation of the acrobat. Finally. But Miss Von Karma...
Beep, beep. Beep, beep. Beep, beep. Nick, what is that? That beeping sound?
It's Miss Von Karma.
Huh?
Every time I hear that sound, she's usually not very far behind.
Some sort of pager or something?
You know, my pal, I'm gonna get ahead and get out of here. Quick! See ya, pal!
I didn't know that Gumshoe could run that fast. So much for being a flatfoot. I've never seen a grown man so afraid of a girl still in her teens. Oh, let's go inside. It's freezing out here. The wind is biting his... Ow!
He's biting his lashes from a whip.
Von Karma. She really did appear.
This was a real battle today, wasn't it, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
Did you have to jump out and scare us like that? What can I do for you?
Tomorrow will be the day my dream finally comes true.
You mean the story of my defeat at your hands at making national news?
Hahaha, National news? You possess such a small sense of scale.
The global news, Mr. Phoenix Light. Your miserable plight will be known internationally. I think she might be overestimating the importance of a win just by a smidge. Miss Fun Karma, it appears you've got your hands onto something big, huh?
Huh, I'm amazed you picked up on that much.
Anyone could. You couldn't hide that look of victory with 10 paper bags on your head.
I've got conclusive evidence and a conclusive witness. Need any more hints?
A conclusive witness. You must mean the acrobat, right?
I put it in the summons for him to be called as a witness as we speak. It's the final nail in your coffin, Mr. Phoenix Light.
Yeah, I get it already. You want to beat and destroy me. I can't worry about her. I've got to try and find out more information myself. Why do you keep giving Nick the evil eye? It doesn't matter if you prove the defendant guilty tomorrow. Nothing will be able to bring your dad back.
My dad? You must mean the esteemed Manfred von Karma.
Of course, your dad. I know you miss him.
Enough out of you. One more word and you'll get a mouthful of whip. Now, when did I ever bring up my papa's name in this or any other conversation?
Then what's this revenge thing you're talking about?
You wouldn't understand, Mr. Phoenix Light. I have to see him again one more time.
Him?
I'm sure you know whom to I refer. Miles Edgeworth.
What? Miles is Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth. Why would you even bring him up?
You haven't forgotten, have you? Do you know who it was that trained the gifted prosecutor Miles Edgeworth?
Manfred von Karma.
Exactly right. It was my papa.
That means that Edgeworth was...
They're right again. Miles was like a little brother to me.
Huh. Little brother? But Edgeworth and Nick are the same age. Edgeworth. The man who inspired me to become an attorney. I fought against him in a few cases. But a little after that case was over, he vanished.
It's your fault he's gone.
Huh?
It's the truth, isn't it, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
Nick, what does she mean? Edgeworth was never quite the same after that case, and then with the case after that one. He never set foot into court again. And then one day, he just vanished. All he left was a simple note at the prosecutor's office.
Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death.
That was 1 year ago. It was a few months after you left to go back home.
Mr. Edgeworth, he's dead? I don't believe it. He's still alive, I'm sure of it. Somewhere in this world, he's still alive. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death? Of course he did. You ruined his reputation as a prosecutor. You effectively killed the prosecutor in him. Just like your victory muddied the honorable name Von Karma. I'm going to find him. And then, I'm going to teach him his rightful place with my own 2 hands.
Nick, about Mr. Edgeworth. Maya, I already told you this once. Don't make me do it again. Don't bring up his name in front of me again, okay?
Nick?
Miss Von Karma?
What?
I don't know if you were a god's gift to prosecutors or not, but I've had enough out of you. Him too. But what in the world happened?
This dog is on bark and no bite. He's already been defeated. Regardless, I have nothing to inform you two of today. Tomorrow will be the greatest courtroom battle this country has ever seen. Nick?
Let's go. We need to talk with the performer on the 3rd floor.
I'm sorry I brought it up, Nick. You must be Phoenix Wright.
Yes.
Pleased to meet you. I'm Ken Dingling. But here at the circus, everyone just calls me Acro.
Mr. Acro? How do you know my name?
The detective told me. He said you'd definitely show up here.
Acro, you're a member of this circus as well?
That's right. I mainly performed on the tightrope or the flying trapeze. But nowadays, all I perform in is my wheelchair.
Acro, why did you join the circus?
When I was a kid, my parents failed miserably at business. Then one night, they decided to run away from it all. Without me. The only person who was willing to take my parents' place was the ringmaster. The ringmaster took such incredible care of me. He was truly a lifesaver.
Seems like the ringmaster was truly a saint.
He was. That's why I decided to do something very important. I decided that I would devote my entire life to finding a way to repay him. And now, look how someone repaid him for all the good in his life.
It's such a shame.
Sometimes I think that he was almost too kind. Perhaps he was too kind to his performers. Perhaps he was too kind to his daughter.
I wonder if he spoiled Regina. Regina is so cute. She's truly a princess.
Truly a princess? Are you sure that's a good thing?
Do I detect a hint of a grudge against Regina? I'm sorry to ask, but why are you in a wheelchair?
The nerves in my legs were badly damaged.
And you can't walk now?
I can't even stand now. And since I live on the 3rd floor, I can't even leave this building by myself.
That's awful. The accident happened during an acrobatics session, right? Cyclops. It doesn't seem like Acro's injuries were acrobatic in nature.
What's on your mind, Mr. Wright?
Well, exactly when were you injured?
It's been almost 6 months since I was hurt. I injured my legs during practice.
6 months ago. What the world went on at this circus then? I stopped by yesterday. I noticed that you weren't in your room.
I was at the hospital all day yesterday.
Ah, you went there for rehabilitation. What about the murder?
Of course I knew about it. I spoke with the police before they allowed me to go to the hospital. Before I got the call from the prosecutor, I was convinced that it was all a dream.
Huh?
I just couldn't believe it when I saw what I saw.
What you saw? Jeez, that sounded really ominous. What did you see, Acro?
That night, I was in bed sleeping when I heard a huge sound coming from below my window.
I see. The scene of the crime was right below your window.
That's when I looked out the window.
What did you see?
He was flying straight up into the air.
He?
Maximilian Galactica.
What? That's what I thought he'd say. You're absolutely positive that was Max you saw flying?
I am absolutely sure. There's no doubt in my mind. Nick?
I've got a bad feeling about this. Yeah, Nick! Wonderful. Today's special must be Filet-O-Phoenix.
Stay! Heal! Oh, Maya, Nick, it's you guys. I'm sorry. I guess I made a mistake.
A mistake?
Yeah, a little one. I was thinking of teaching whatever primate was out there a lesson. But I was expecting more of a monkey than a human.
A monkey?
It's a pity about what happened to the ringmaster. Dad? Everyone loved him, didn't they? He must have been quite a man. He was! I love my dad so much! I hate to say it, but she doesn't seem all that broken up about her father. That's why I feel so lonely. Now that I won't be able to see him for a while.
For a while?
Yeah. When Leon died, I talked with my dad and he told me that when someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens.
A star?
That means that my dad is looking down at me from the sky. That's why I love the night so much. I could see everyone who's gone.
When someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens.
It's kind of sweet.
But I bet you there's no way that Maya believes that. What do you mean there's no way I believe that?
Do you think that one day I'll be a star too?
Of course!
You really think so?
Yeah, you will. I think.
I've got a feeling that everyone is doing great up there in the sky.
I wonder if everything's alright with Regina. Just go back and clear something up. Why'd you want to teach Money a lesson?
Because he's a meanie. He's got something that means a lot to me.
Something that means a lot to you? It must be something shiny, right?
Actually, it's a stage costume. It's got lots of spangles. It's really beautiful. You should see it.
We should?
When the costume gets hit by the spotlight, it dazzles. Hey, Mr. Attorney.
Huh?
If you saw that monkey, you'd get my costume back from me, wouldn't you? It's really important to me.
Alright, chat, we can choose gladly, but of course, and I'll get it for you. Chat, what variation of simp? Leave it all up to us. I guess there's no turning down that request.
Yay! You're really gonna do it?
Regina, have you seen this before?
I know what this is.
Really?
Well, it was in my pocket for a while.
It was in your pocket? This piece of paper was in your pocket?
I guess I noticed it was in there around breakfast time.
Breakfast time?
Yeah, I always take Acro his breakfast in the morning. That's when I also take out the trash in his room. Then I go to the cafeteria and eat my own breakfast.
That's when you realized the piece of paper was in your pocket?
Yep, but since I'm not a murderer, I just figured it belonged in someone else's pocket.
And then what?
I wondered if the person who lost it was in trouble, so...
You didn't put it up on the bulletin board in the cafeteria, did you?
I did! I stuck it up there. How'd you know?
So it was Regina who put it up there. When did this happen?
The morning of the murder, I think.
That explains a lot.
I wonder who wrote this.
Note updated in the court record.
That's Pepper, isn't it? From the cafeteria?
Huh? It's from the cafeteria?
It's not? I remember seeing it there.
So this was in the cafeteria's Pepper.
You know, I'm not a big fan of Pepper.
Mo's not here. What's that? I hear something. Stop it, Nick. You're scaring me. Hi, Fire Chief. Nick, it's money! That monkey's holding something. That's it. That's the thing that means a lot to Regina, remember? All right, time to take on this monkey. Attorney style. Chat, how do we take on this monkey? Native American tribes that have non-voting representatives in Congress? I have no idea, Fire Chief. Monkey noises. Yikes! Wah! I tried to have a monkey-to-monkey talk with him. I really did. Nick, you... I swiped it while Money was distracted. Wow, you're really on the ball today, Nick. Let me see it. Let me see it. Huh. You can see it fine from where you are. You know what I mean. I really want to try on Regina's costume. Maybe then they'll take you in at the circus and I can get some peace and quiet. What's the matter now? It doesn't fit me at all. Oh well, guess it's time for you to lay off the burgers. Not to mention it doesn't look like something any girl I know would actually wear. Stage costume added to the court record. Here you go, Regina. Yay! Thank you! You really got it back for me! Don't mention it. I love you, Mr. Attorney! It's nothing. No wonder guys melt to mush in front of this girl. Hey, Regina. That costume is yours, right? I tried it on, but it didn't fit me. Huh? This costume? This isn't mine. It was Leon's. Leon's? You know, the lion she told us about. Oh, the one that someone killed. Leon. He was killed, wasn't he? That's right. My dad killed him. Why? Well, Leon did something really bad during practice. During practice? Leon was sitting down and then he opened his mouth. You know, ah. Usually when he did that, I would put my head into his mouth. Wait, you put your head in a lion's mouth? I sure did. The people in the crowd always loved seeing me do that. They'd always start screaming. You sure they were screaming because they loved seeing you do that? Anyways, what was the bad thing? Oh, yeah. Leon bit someone during that practice. Regina! Everything was alright though, right? No, it wasn't alright. That was the problem. My dad was incredibly angry. And that's when Leon... Yeah, that's when he became a star in the sky. Poor thing. Leon added to the court record. Something smells fantastic. So we know it can't be Mo. Wait, I know what it is. It's burgers. Hello. Welcome to the Bistro Surf, aka the cafeteria. This smells so good in here. And those burgers look great. She's drooling like she's some sort of crazed burger monster. My burgers are the best. Juicy meat, toasted buns, special sauce. They are the absolutely irresistible to anyone with a hankering for a burger. One bite will send you into hamburger heaven. I bet. I could tell just by the smell. Whoa, I'm getting hungry too. Those burgers must have some kind of special power. Now that the ringmaster is gone, what are you gonna do? That's all I've thought about in the past 2 days. Everyone loved Russell. You've heard Acro's story, haven't you? Like how he was adopted when he was younger? He's calmed down a bit now, but he was livid when he heard about the murder. Acro was so upset that he said he couldn't go on. He was that upset? Yes, he was. Anyway, I gave it some thought. Maybe I should give up and try to be a half-baked clown. I've been thinking of trying on the ringmaster's shoes. What? Really? Max would still be an issue, though. Max? He may be a bit mean and hard to work with, but it's hard to argue with his importance. He's probably the reason the circus is still around. A lot of what he says is right. Mo. All that's left to see is everyone can get over the tragedy. You know. The tragedy? You know? What is he talking about? Get over what tragedy, Mo? Huh? Don't worry about it. It's nothing. Nothing at all. He must mean the tragic death of the ringmaster, right?
Yes, that's it. You're right, girly. Dang, correctamundo.
Doesn't he mean ding? Mo, I mean no disrespect here, but are you lying to us?
Yeah? No, not at all. What makes you think that?
Just the way you said if everyone can get over the tragedy seemed a bit strange. It sounded like you were talking about something from a long time ago. Mo, I'm right, aren't I? So now we're getting closer to the truth.
It was about 6 months ago. It was just a little accident. Give me a break. Us old men have accidents. I wear big pants for a reason.
6 months ago, eh? Get over it? Mo, please tell us what happened 6 months ago. What in the world went on at the circus?
Okay. There's no need to look so scary when you ask me. Hey, look over there. Some juicy burgers. Let's eat instead.
Unfortunately, I'm more of a grilled chicken sandwich man myself. Actually, I've kind of got an idea of what happened back then. Mo, you said something about an accident. This wouldn't happen to be the cause of that accident, would it? Chat, lock in. What's the cause of the accident? Hey, Wario, maybe you should check your court record. The vest isn't even in the court record right now. Anatoro wants to present Leon. Did you refresh it? Because I've definitely added it. Don't forget to always refresh your court record. It doesn't automatically update live. You gotta refresh it. And it's so funny. You're like, what evidence points to the lion? Gee, I do wonder what evidence points to the lion. I'm not trying to insult you, Wario. I just think it was very funny. I heard a little bit about it from Regina. Leon made a mistake during a practice, right? The lion said,
How did you... I told him so many times. You shouldn't be doing such dangerous acts.
Like putting her head inside Leon's mouth, right?
Yeah, but Regina believed in Leon. She believed so strongly that the ringmaster went along. He never could say no to her.
Out of curiosity, who was bitten? Come on, Mo, don't clam up on me now. Who did Leon bite on the head?
Well, I promised I wouldn't say anything.
You promised?
He's involved in this too.
He's involved, huh? Mo must be talking about. Mo, is this the person that you promised you wouldn't say anything? Anatoro wants to present Acro. It must have been Acro, right?
How'd you know?
Don't worry about that, Mo. Getting to the bottom of this accident may help solve what happened to the ringmaster.
No way.
I need to know the truth about what happened to Russell. Please tell me what you know.
I'm sorry, Acro. It's just like you said, you know? The accident.
Did someone die?
No, but it probably would have been better if he had.
What? How would that have been better?
He's still alive.
But when he got bit, he suffered
Massive brain damage. He'll never recover from the coma that he's in.
coma?
All he does now is lie in his bed at the hospital. And that's all he's ever going to be able to do.
I see. How is he related to Acro?
He's his brother.
Huh?
The person who got bit was Acro's brother.
Brother?
They were an acrobat team of brothers. Acro and Bat. Cute nicknames, I thought. Anyways, they were an incredible team. Cut down together in their prime.
Who's Acro's younger brother?
Sean Dingling, but everyone always called him Bat. He fell in love with Regina. Trying to win her love was his downfall.
Everyone seems to fall in love with Regina.
6 months ago, while we were practicing, all of a sudden, Bat blurts out, "Let me perform with Leon."
Why'd he do that?
I don't know, but that's what caused the accident. I'll never forget that moment. It was so strange. Leon had the weirdest look on his face. He was smiling.
You mean Leon?
Yes, Leon. When he bit down, he was smiling. Some sick grin.
No way, that's impossible. A smirking lion, a flying murderer. Why does it seem that this is always Mo who catches all these incredible events?
Nick, can lions smile? I never told the police about the incident. The circus would have been shut down if we had. The next day, the ringmaster took Leon out and shot him with a rifle.
That's what really happened.
Well, you guys were so serious. What was I supposed to do? I had to tell you. All this truthfulness has put me in the mood for a burger. Here, you two have some pepper. Shaka, 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 shaka.
There he goes again, acting like his normal crazy self.
Achoo! Achoo! Nice, what a wonderful sneeze.
Huh? You think so?
You sneeze with pepper and slip on a banana peel. That's basic clownmanship. Girlie, I know you've got to understand that.
Nick, I think I make a good clown.
Other than Regina, I've never seen a cuter sneezer.
Does Regina sneeze with pepper too?
She does. Bat would always tease her with pepper.
Bat?
From my point of view, those two always look so perfect together.
They look perfect together, huh? Mr. Wright. Back again, I see.
Well, he did say I'll be back. Wait, or was that someone else?
We're back because Acro's hiding why his legs were injured. Is back in our record now? Yes. He was hurt in the accident 6 months ago. It would seem that he knows that we know.
Well, seems you've got things you want to talk about, so
Fire away. About the wheelchair. I have to ask you, how were you injured?
I'm sorry. I thought we talked about this. It was an accident that happened during practice.
An accident during practice.
Yes, unfortunately acrobats are prone to all sorts of injuries.
He's lying. If that were the real cause, he'd have no reason to keep a secret. Acro, are you really telling me that practice accident was the cause of your injury? What are we presenting here, chat? The court is saying the lion. Wario seems to think it's the lion or the bat. Angel is committing to the lion.
Leon.
6 months ago, you were attacked by the lion. That's when you were injured. I know I'm on the right track. I just need to keep going.
You're saying that I was attacked? By a lion?
That's what I'm saying.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'm an acrobat.
I'm no animal tamer. If a lion was coming at me, I'd be running for the exit. Okay, maybe attacked is not the best word you'd be using. So let me rephrase that as battled the lion.
You seem to enjoy telling jokes. Why would I decide to battle a lion?
Because you had to fight it. You had to fight it to save someone. Seeing a lot of people saying bat. Do we agree with this? Bat. It was a shame what happened to your brother 6 months ago. You tried to save him, didn't you? And that's how you got that terrible injury.
Mo. He must have told you.
Yes, we learned about Bat from Mo. But he didn't mention anything about you in regards to the accident. I suppose it was just a slip of the tongue on his part. That's how I figured it out.
A slip of the tongue?
Anyways, they were an incredible team. Cut down together in their prime. Cut down together. That was where he slipped. And that's how I figured it out. You two ended up at the center of the same accident together, like always.
I see. But an accident is an accident. It wasn't anyone's fault.
I still haven't broken Acro's last psych lock. This must be one incredibly deep-seated secret. It wasn't anyone's fault.
Do you care to explain more?
Acro, I know you are still hiding something from me. Maybe someone you don't seem to like much is the reason you're being evasive. This human-shaped bat. What's wrong with you people? What are we presenting here, chat? Who is somebody that this Angel wants to present? Regina. Regina. You always seem calm and collected until you start talking about her. Saying things like she is cruel.
Well done, Mr. Attorney. You've got quite the set of eagle eyes.
You know, her tiger tried to attack me.
Regent tried to attack you?
Twice.
He wasn't serious, I'm sure. You're not trying to insinuate that I believe she spurred on Leon to attack Bat, are you? Leon was never taught a command to attack people. Regina isn't capable of doing anything like that. Besides, Regina had no reason to want to hurt my brother. Regina and Bat were such good friends by then.
But you still hate Regina. I've got proof of it.
What? What are you talking about?
Oh, maybe I overdid it again. But if I can hand something over to Acro, maybe it'll... Here's proof that you had it out for Regina all along. Wario wants to present the note here. Do we agree?
This... Where did you get it?
Regina posted it on the bulletin board in the cafeteria. Before that, it was in her pocket.
I guess I noticed it was in there around breakfast time. I always take Acro his breakfast in the morning.
You wrote this, and then you put it in her pocket. That's right, isn't it?
That's right. Well done, Mr. Wright. My legs were injured by Leon 6 months ago. My younger brother Bat had a dare with Regina.
A dare?
An absurd dare. If I can put my head inside of Leon's mouth like you do, you have to go to the movies with me on a date.
That's insane! Didn't you know how dangerous that is?
We all thought he was being stupid too, but that line was very old to begin with, and age brought with it countless experience in doing that very trick. Unfortunately, for this particular time, I guess Leon wasn't ready or willing.
And that's when the accident happened?
He just wanted to take her out to the movies. Poor Bat. When Leon chomped down, I jumped towards him. Then Leon attacked me, and that's how I ended up. What about Bat? He's still in a coma. I went to the hospital yesterday to visit him. I see. I'm still waiting for him to open his eyes again. And that's the reason why I keep going.
Bat and Regina.
They were such great friends. Oh yeah, I wanted you to take a look at this.
What is it?
This is the scarf my brother was wearing when Leon attacked him.
Gross! It's covered in blood.
This scarf. It was a present from Regina to my brother on the day of the accident. When he did it, he looked like he was smiling.
He?
Leon, obviously.
Oh!
When he bit down on Bat's head, the expression on Leon's face looked like a grin.
Nick! I know, Mo said the same thing.
What do you think it all means? I'll be taking that scarf if you don't mind.
Miss Von Karma?
I've already heard everything, so hand over the scarf.
But the scarf is evidence in the trial.
That is for me to decide. I think we should begin our preparations now, Acro.
Preparations?
I've served the summons to Acro to appear in court tomorrow as a witness. Acro, we'll talk more at the prosecutor's office.
Acro, a witness?
Come, Acro, let's go to the office. Yes, ma'am.
Now what do we do, Nick? How are we gonna handle tomorrow? Don't worry about it. I'll figure something out. Look at you, all full of confidence. You must have found something you could use. This is all beginning to come together now. To be continued. Trial time, baby!
Good morning, Max.
Oh, yeah. Good morning, sweeties.
You don't seem like your usual sparkling self today.
I'm always like this before I go in front of an audience. Not working up to it.
Don't get nervous, Maxie. Here, have a glass of milk.
Regina! How fabulous, my sweetie pie! My sweetie pie princess! You came to watch my performance today?
Of course I did. Mo told me I should come and watch this. Mo said that? So, what kind of performance will you put on today? Let me guess. You'll fly at the end?
It's not that kind of show. Isn't that right, my sweeties?
Huh?
I think my sweetie pie princess doesn't.
Yeah, she doesn't seem to realize what's going on, or even where she is.
Well, Max, looks like it's time to raise the curtain. I'll see you later. Today, I'm just a member of the audience.
Fabulous! Enjoy yourself out there.
Good luck, Max. You're the best.
Regina's different, don't you think, Nick?
Top of the morning to ya! Everybody, let's get ready to get stuck in a legal limbo. How low can you go?
Mo.
Top of the morning to ya, Governor.
Top of the morning.
That's the ticket. Attack and the day starts with energy in the morning. The early bird gets the worm, but then again, worms lack higher brain function. Here, Max, I brought you a present. Have some milk.
Oh my! Thanks!
So how are you today, right?
Well, I've got the feeling that today I'm going to face off against the real culprit.
You mean Acro?
Huh? You think he did it?
Be careful. He's used to putting his life on the line, literally. He's got guts to spare.
All I've got to worry about is how thin the tightrope is. I'm used to it already. This means that I won't be able to press him like I can other witnesses.
What are you going to do then, Nick?
I guess today we'll just have to do without our usual psychological warfare. Today we rely on evidence. The only way we'll get past Acro into the truth. You're right, but it's going to be tough.
Anyways, I want you to make sure that Regina sees all today. It's important. Then she'll finally have to deal with the reality of what happened to her father.
You want us to make sure Regina watches?
Yes, that's why I brought her to court today.
What's this supposed to mean?
She needs to know that when people die, they don't just become stars. I may be an old-fashioned clown, but I don't believe in people becoming stars.
December 30th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 2.
Court is now in session for the trial of Maximilian Galactica.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Very well. Miss Karma, you may proceed with your case.
The prosecution would like to revise its previous theory of events.
What's the meaning of this?
We have discovered a new witness, or shall I say, a new eyewitness. One that saw Maximilian Galactica fly off from the scene of the crime.
Order! Order! I got a feeling something like this would come up.
Due to this division, we are now prepared to explain how the defendant flew that night. An explanation the prosecution will present if the need so arises. In fact, my detective stayed up all night creating a mock-up of the scene on my orders.
Poor Gumshoe.
Very well, please call your witness to the stand.
Time to get to work, or shall I say, time to walk the courtroom tightrope.
Name and occupation. Ken Dingling, but everyone calls me Acro. I'm employed as an acrobat at the very big circus. Where were you on the night of the crime? I was in my room that night. If you look at the map, you'll see the witness room is near the crime scene. My room is on the 3rd floor. Crime scene is below my window. The night of the crime, the witness saw something quite shocking. Would you tell us what you witnessed? Okay. It was just after 10 p.m. and I was resting in my bed. Around that time, I heard a large thump noise from outside the window. Then, a few moments later, I saw someone flying right by my window. It was Max Galactica. I only saw him from behind, but that's who it looked like. To be honest, when I saw that, I thought I was dreaming.
This witness's testimony matches up exactly with that of the clown.
If that's the case, there is very little the prosecution need add. All that's left is to explain how the defendant disappeared into the night sky that night.
Before we get that far, I'd like to cross-examine the witness.
A foolish choice by a foolish fool who wishes to feel the foolish sadness of a sad fool. A man must know the proper timing for things, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Just like your old friend, Mr. Miles Edgeworth did.
Mr. Wright, do you have a problem with the witness's testimony? In the words of Miss Von Karma, may I quote yesterday's proceedings? There's no way that actually happened. Very well, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
It was just after 10 p.m. and I was resting in my bed.
You said that you were resting in bed. One would thus assume that you turned the lights off in your room, correct?
That's correct. But there are safety lights around the outside of the lodging house. It's so bright, sometimes it can make it hard to sleep.
If that's the case, wouldn't it be a good idea to close some curtains?
I never really thought of that. I guess that means I'm off to buy some curtains.
Sometimes I do make myself useful in these chambers. Oh!
The witness will proceed with his testimony. Around that time, I heard a loud thump noise from outside the window.
Your room is on the 3rd floor, right?
Yes,
And you said that you were resting in bed?
that is correct.
But you were still able to hear a sound from outside?
I was indeed.
Pressing acro doesn't seem to get results. Maybe something was contradictory in what he said just now. Well, chat, was there? LMAO. Anyway, was there anything contradictory, or do we come back to the statement later? No one's saying anything, but I'm gonna go with one. What's the matter, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. Until I can find a clear contradiction. I should tread lightly.
Then, a few minutes later, I saw someone flying right by my window.
Are you sure it was a human being? It could have been a mannequin, or perhaps a large action figure.
Well, setting aside the possibility of a mannequin, an action figure is plausible.
You have no need to mince words with Mr. Phoenix Wright. Testify the truth and only the truth, just as if it were there with you that night.
I believe it was a human.
Damn, I just strengthened his testimony. I wonder if Acro's statement jives with the facts. Anything wrong with that statement? Or do we move on to another one? Not yet? What's the matter, Mr. Wright? Nothing, Your Honor. Till I find a clear contradiction, I should tread lightly.
There was Max Galactica. I only saw him from behind, but that's who it looked like.
The light in your room was turned off then, right? Hey, thank you for the sub, Killzone. Subscription. You know what that means, chat? You know what that fucking means, chat?
We just hit 40 subs. That means a discounted gacha stream's in your future. When is that gonna be? I don't know yet, but it'll happen later. It will happen eventually. And you will get advance warning of it happening as well. Just know that eventually there will be one. It may even happen during the subathon later this month. We'll see. Regardless, we're up to 34 hours now, and you guys get a discounted gacha stream. What's the next incentive? New hoodie designs at 50. So if you get this incentive, I'm gonna create a few new options of hoodies for both the Kirin and the Free Count, because they use the same texture. What the hoodie designs will be, I don't know, and it'll be more than one. So I'll make a couple, and we can swap between them whenever I'm using either of those models for fun. For some reason, that's weird. Regardless, yeah, subs don't count unless they're announced on stream like that. So if you have like a recurring sub and it hasn't been announced on stream like that, it doesn't count for the subathon. But if it does get announced on stream, then it counts. I'll just call him Freaka to keep it on the screen. There we go. So 10 more subs and you guys get new hoodie designs. And those ones, unlike a lot of the other ones, I'll get to work on that almost immediately when we hit that. All right. Kira. I'm not Kira. All right, moving on. So how much is the discount anyway yet? To be decided. It's either going to be 25% off or 50% off. So it'll either cost 750 or 500. I'm still debating that. So you might want to start saving up your points. Do 50, then you can pull twice. I don't know, 2 for 1 might be too cheap, chat. We'll see, though. So, with the lights off, you were still able to clearly see a human fly by your window? The safety lights lit things up enough for me to see. But honestly, there was only enough light for me to see the silhouette outside my window. It was the person's back, so I couldn't see the white roses on the front. Did you see any of the other symbols? I clearly saw the silk hat, as well as the cloak wrapped around his body. I'm convinced that the person I saw was Max Galactica. The more I press him, the less results I seem to get. But maybe there was something fishy with his latest bit of testimony. Anything fishy in there, chat? Keep looking? Do we agree with keep looking? Not yet? Okay. But it sounds like Awario's got that one booked a little bit. To be honest, when I saw that, I thought I was dreaming. When did you start thinking that what you saw wasn't a dream?
Objection!
That's not important.
Objection!
I believe that the prosecution has done a bit of maintenance on the witness's memory. Just to make sure, let's ask the witness. Oh! Objection. Sustained. Don't sustain that! Akira must be lying about what he saw, right? Of course he is. Now the challenge will be to expose his lies in court. I'll put the pedal to the metal, Nick. Alright, so what are we doing, chat? We can either present on a statement or go back and press one of the statements and say there's a contradiction. It was just after 10 p.m. and I was resting in my bed. And around that time, I heard a large thump noise from outside the window. Then a few moments later, I saw someone flying right by my window. It was Max Galactica. I only saw him from behind, but that's who it looked like.
be honest, when I saw that, I thought I was dreaming. You're a third-rate lawyer with a fourth-rate law degree. No, Chad is. Chad's the one playing the game, remember? Wario wants to press this statement and say that there's something wrong here. And the reason is the hat. Do we agree with that? There is a huge contradiction with the testimony that was just given.
If there's a contradiction, then prove it with evidence.
She's right. Let's see some evidence. Do you have any evidence to support your claim of a contradiction? When you guys said yes, do you agree with presenting the hat here as well? Because that is what a Wario said. Yes? You claim to have seen the exact same thing Mo saw that night. Do you stand by that?
What do you mean?
The silk hat.
What about the silk hat?
I saw it on Max's head as he flew by my window. Well, you should have tried looking down out of your window that night. That would have been quite difficult considering the state that I'm in. Just looking outside the window was a tough enough challenge for me. That's a shame, because you would have noticed the silk hat found on the scene.
That's the ringmaster's hat, right?
Afraid not. No matter how you look at it, this is Max's silk hat. Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright? Are you saying that Max has two silk hats? No, this is a handmade, one-of-a-kind model made only for Maximilian Galactica. Which means, Acro, that you've been fibbing on the stand. Order! Order!
As always, it looks like someone just had to open their mouth before thinking.
Are you okay, Nick? Well, I opened my big mouth, and now I have to back it up. How about it, Mr. Wright? What would cause this witness to commit perjury in this court today? What's the option here, chat? Two votes for number 3. Your Honor, on this occasion, the defense accuses Acro himself.
On this occasion?
Accuses Acro? What in the world are you accusing him of? Obviously, we accuse him of the murder of Mr. Russell Berry. Mr. Wright, are you serious? Deadly serious, Your Honor.
Ha ha! I think your trips to the circus have served you well. You seem to have learned how to try and grab at audiences' hearts and minds. Your Honor, don't allow yourself to be swayed by theatrics. Try to wow the crowd with smoke and mirrors is the oldest bluff in the book.
Really?
If you don't believe me, just look at the witness. He's calm enough for it to almost be scary.
He is staying rather calm and collected. I like this sprite, by the way. Don't worry, Phoenix. You're going to get attacked by another bird in your future. Maybe 7 years from now. Actually, more like 8 years from now. Or is it 9? Whatever. Simon Blackwell. That's what I'm talking about.
Mr. Diggling, do you have any response to the defense's accusation?
I don't really need to say a thing, do I?
What do you mean?
Everyone, take a good look at me. I can't even stand up on myself, let alone leave the lodging house.
That's true.
I understand that Mr. Wright is just trying to help his client. But to do this by accusing me of murder of all things?
See, even a sliver of common sense makes it clear the accusation is ludicrous. She's right. Way to pick on the disabled, you heartless, cruel man.
Phoenix is a poopy head.
See that, Mr. Phoenix Wright? If you try to drum up support for the Peanut Gallery, that's how you do it. I think that's enough of this little game. I've got a doctor's note to confirm that Acro is unable to stand under his own power. Maybe the defense is planning on making a claim to counter this as well? I can hear the defense now. Acro had an accomplice.
What do you say about this, Mr. Wright? Did Acro have an accomplice?
Now then, this must be when we get to hear the name of the mystery accomplice. Not this time, Von Karma.
What?
You're not going to sucker me into this one.
What are you blabbering about, Mr. Wright?
There was no accomplice. Acro planned and committed this murder all by himself.
Order! Order! What are you getting at?
Way to keep them on their toes, Nick. Now I'm gonna have to prove how it all fits together. I have to show how Acro murdered Russell Berry.
Can you do it, Nick? Can you really do that?
I know what I can't do. I can't stop now. If I stop attacking, I'm doomed.
Alright, then let's do it. Mr. Phoenix Wright. If this witness is the killer, then his eyewitness account is all lies, right?
Mr. Wright, I'd like you to clear something up for me. When the crime was committed, exactly where was Mr. Diggling?
Where was he, chat? People are saying in his room. Do we agree? That was enough people saying it. He was obviously here the entire time.
That's Acro's room?
Pretty simple, eh? Acro wasn't able to leave the lodging house by himself. In that case, there can only be one correct answer. Okay, Acro didn't leave his room to kill the ringmaster.
What? Are you nuts? What say you, Mr. Dingling?
It's an interesting theory. That's it? Considering that what you proposed is impossible, yes. That's it.
Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor.
As the witness has stated, your assertion is impossible. As he is in a wheelchair, there's no way he could go to the scene or be the killer.
You've got a point.
It seems you've forgotten once again, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The defendant was clearly spotted at the scene of the crime.
That's true. Mo said that he saw Max, didn't he? But Maya, it's still impossible for humans to fly.
Do you mind if I asked a question, Mr. Wright?
What is it?
I understand some of your logic. However, how do you think that I killed him? If I can't leave my room, I obviously couldn't wear Max's costume.
How did he do it? That's the next course of this legal buffet. Be careful, Nick. If you mess up here, She's right. I can't mess up here. I've got to give this one serious thought. I'm sure that Acro killed the ringmaster. And he did it while he was in his room. No doubt about it.
Time to enlighten us as to how Miss Dingaling committed the crime, Mr. Wright.
What are we doing, chat? The court wants to present the bust. Do we agree? I'm going to present some evidence.
So what did Mr. Dingaling use to commit the crime of murder against Russell Berry?
What's that? A picture? It is indeed. The problem is with the item that's shown in the picture.
The bust?
It's quite a large bust, and because it is life-size, it's also very, very heavy.
Heavy?
Heavy enough to guarantee a certain death, especially if it was dropped from a third-story window.
Ah!
See? This is how Acro was able to kill the Ringmaster. With the force of gravity and Maximilian Galactica's ample bust.
Order! Order! So you're saying the bust fell on the ringmaster?
A rather simple crime. Even if you were stuck in a wheelchair, it would be incredibly easy to commit.
Objection!
How could you possibly wheel a wheelchair with something so heavy? It's impossible!
Objection!
Well, Acro was an acrobat. He should have more than enough upper body strength to carry something like the bust.
Mr. Dingaling, how do you respond to these charges?
Well, Acro's at a loss for words. He should be. He knows that I'm getting close to the truth. Well, Acro, you can't run away from things this time. Ow!
And what would I say if I were you, Mr. Phoenix Knight?
What?
Your Honor, the physical health of the witness is material to this case. I demand that we get proper testimony from the witness himself.
Testimony, you say? Von Karma. She's just using this testimony as a ruse to stall for time.
Objection!
There is absolutely no need for such testimony.
Objection!
The defense has its version of the murder. The prosecution has the right to respond.
The defense's objection is overruled.
Why can't he see things my way once in a while?
Mr. Dingaling, I'm sorry, but we need you to testify about your physical condition. If you have any doubts about your ability to testify, we can request expert testimony.
The witness will have no problems. However, let's all be respectful towards him.
Thank you. That woman will sink to any low to win a case. Acro's physical state.
I suppose I could have lifted something of the size of that bust.
I have strong upper body from working as an acrobat, and only my legs were injured. However, lifting the bust and looking out the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. That makes it impossible for me to have known the location of the ringmaster's head. Thus, it would be unrealistic for me to drop the bust on him. Don't you think?
I have no doubts in regards to this witness's testimony.
It was impossible for him to lift the bust and stick himself up far enough to look. Not to mention that he could not have known the location of the ringmaster's head. A single false step would have led to even more severe injuries.
That's what I was thinking. What's your opinion on the matter, Mr. Wright?
I'd still like to proceed with my cross-examination.
He's simply stalling. It's shameful, really.
Grr, I can't let it get to me. I've got to focus. I suppose I could have lifted something the size of that bus. Have you ever lifted up the bus before?
No, I've never actually lifted it up with my own 2 hands. But I should get to it, don't you think? I can't let money outdo me on this.
Money? That crazy monkey has lifted Max's bust before? Please continue with your testimony, Mr. Dingling.
I have a strong upper body from working as an acrobat, and only my legs were injured.
So what have you been doing to keep in shape?
Well, honestly, I've given up on training. I don't have plans to return to the trapeze or the tightrope.
Oh, I'm listening. Nobody's confirmed anything yet, though, so we're pressing as normal. You don't say.
But no offense, I'm not worried about losing to you in a race or anything.
I know that, Awario, but do other people want me to do that? Neither am I, Mr. Phoenix Knight. I wouldn't lose either, Nick. Whoa. How did the discussion turn to me all of a sudden?
I suppose you could say that I'm stronger than the average bear.
But sure, I'll do that. Why do you say it would be impossible?
Allow me to explain. Do you accept that if I was carrying the bus, I couldn't see out below the window? Thus, there is no way that I would know the location of the Ringmaster's head.
Well, I suppose you've got a point.
Hey, Nick?
Huh?
What if you turn things around? Maybe you think of it sort of like this.
If he knew the location of the Ringmaster's head, then he could drop the bust. That does make sense. If only I could prove somehow that Acro knew the location of the Ringmaster's head without looking down.
I think I've already explained things sufficiently.
Accord wants to present the note here. Do we agree? Awario is saying we should do the box instead. What are you confirming to, Bakiri? The note or the box? Or you can also submit a request for the box right now, too, if you want to. So that people can vote on it. Bakiri is saying yes to the note, though. Your Honor, that statement contradicts this evidence. It does? I don't see anything contradictory. Huh? Really? Objection denied. Try to think before you make accusations, Mr. Wright. Whoops, that didn't go so well. Alright, chat, now what? Now Bakiri says they want to do the box. Do we agree with that? Acro, you didn't really need to lean out the window, did you?
What are you driving at, Mr. Wright?
You already knew ahead of time where the Ringmaster's head was going to be. Accord, to help you understand the logic, the note told them to be there, but that's like a big plaza. Them being there doesn't mean shit as to where the location of the head would be. The box, though. The box is a much better thing. Quite precisely, I might add. Your silly hintings at things is pointless, Mr. Phoenix Knight.
Enough stalling. How do you show us some evidence?
But I did such a good job hinting.
Yes. Hurry up and explain things, Mr. Wright.
Maybe you should take a look at this. The key point here is the wooden box.
The same wooden box the victim found hunched over?
The same. The question is, who placed the wooden box here?
Who?
When Ben and company saw the ringmaster, they didn't see him holding the box, which means that this wooden box was already placed at the scene of the crime.
I have to admit that your theory makes a lot of sense.
The moments that the bust came falling down was exactly the same moment that the ringmaster lifted up this wooden box. Which means that the answer to all these questions is now crystal clear.
Do you mean if the bust were to fall upon the point marked out by the wooden box,
There would be no way that it could miss the head of the victim.
no! Order! This is unbelievable!
Finally, some of these loose ends are starting to tie themselves up. Now I just gotta keep going, and there's only one way to go from here, forward.
So the next question I have is who placed that wooden box at the scene?
It was Mr. Dingling, of course.
He connected it to a rope, and then all he had to do was lower it down. Ow!
Allow me to whip some sense into you, Mr. Phoenix Knight.
Ow!
The ringmaster's head could have been anywhere when he lifted the box. That's why the box was so specially made.
Specially made?
Indeed, it had the most peculiar feature. The box has a remarkable weight.
Wait.
According to the court record, it weighs 20 pounds.
Just to lift up this wooden box would have required.
Oh, I see. One would have to squat down, then lift it up with their body, wouldn't you say?
That's exactly what I was trying to point out. The box is also very large.
The box also has carrying handles on either side, doesn't it?
That is correct. To lift up the box, you'd have to squat down. Which means that no matter who you are, your head would be in approximately the same place.
Phew.
Does he even bother to listen to me anymore?
I've heard what you had to say. I must admit, I'm shocked at your imaginative skills.
Did you do it? Did you place this wooden box in the plaza?
Mr. Wright, may have a vivid imagination, but I could never have done what he's proposing.
What?
Mr. Wright, did you recall the original location of Max's bust?
Of course I remember. It was on top of the table in the cafeteria.
Then what happened to it?
I'd like you to remember one important fact, Mr. Wright. I could not possibly leave the lodging house by myself.
Ah, that means...
You understand what I mean, don't you? I may very well have been able to drop the bus from my room. However, how would I have gotten the bus from the cafeteria to my room?
You see, Mr. Phoenix Knight, explain that.
Don't forget you said there was no accomplice.
Ah!
Tell us exactly how the witness would have carried the bus from the cafeteria. Yep, we definitely have a problem here. But this is no place to get perplexed. I've got to get my wits about me and prove how things happened once and for all.
All right, Mr. Wright, let's hear your explanation. How did the witness get the bus from the cafeteria back to his room?
The court wants to present Monkey.
A monkey?
Everyone knows Money. He loves shiny objects of any size.
Oh, like when he stole the ventriloquist ring.
So, you say the witness had a monkey steal the bust?
Of course he didn't order the monkey to steal it. The monkey stole it on his own, and then brought it back home.
Home?
Money lives in Acro's room.
Acro's room?
But the bust was bronze, wasn't it? Bronze isn't all that shiny.
Maybe you should put the whip down sometimes and read the court record. My, those are some very nice cards he's holding. Yes, and they are made of platinum, which is very shiny.
Ugh!
Acro. Money is a strong monkey, right? It'd be easy for him to bring the bust back to your room. If he wasn't able to handle that himself, I'd be on the market for a new roommate.
Order, order, I said order, Miss Von Karma! Where is the bust in question at this moment?
I don't know. We're searching for it as we speak.
This is a rather strange turn of events. Well, let's say that the monkey had not stolen the bust. What would have happened then?
Well, in that event, something else would have been used as the murder weapon. Wait. Then you mean this bust was the murder weapon purely by accident? It's possible. Maybe Acro saw Money's mountain of stolen goods and thought to use one of them. Anyways, I think we've more than proven one critical fact. Namely, that it was entirely possible that Acro was the murderer. VOD!
Mr. Wright's argument was so circular, I'm still a bit dizzy. However, his argument does hold water. There's no denying that.
Ow! Don't seem so flamboozled, especially by this fraud of an attorney.
Fraud?
You've forgotten the absolute most important thing, Mr. Phoenix Wright.
And what is that?
You should know. You forgot that your fraud of a magical client was spotted at the scene of the crime. Ah! There is no reason to doubt the cloud's testimony.
That's true. How do you respond to that, Mr. Wright?
Nick, don't let her beat you now. I won't. This is my chance to turn this trial around.
When the murder occurred, there were two people at the scene of the crime. One was the victim, Russell Berry, and the other was the murderer himself. Answer this and only this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Who was the murderer the clown saw?
Awario wants to present the bust. Do we agree? He saw Max's butt. Ow!
I ask who was the other person Mo saw in the scene. That evidence has nothing to do with the question.
Oh, contraire, Monfier. It does indeed have something to do with the question. Mo said that he saw Max's silhouette. But he did not actually see the man himself. It wasn't a human being he saw.
How is that possible?
It's simple, really. What Mo actually saw that night was Max's bust.
What are you talking about? Have you tried using your brain at all in this case? This is what you saw was wearing a cloak.
There's no reason why you couldn't attach a cloak to the bust. It would be easy to hang one off the cards in the bust sands.
Idiots! Who in the right mind would put a cloak on the bust?
It doesn't matter who put it on the bust.
Just wait a minute now, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust? That question is of the utmost importance in this case, don't you agree?
Ah, he caught me.
So let's have it, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust?
I wonder, Mr. Phoenix Knight. Didn't the defendant wear his cloak the entire time he was at practice? So then how did this person get a hold of the cloak? Well... Furthermore, how would this person have gotten the cloak onto the bust, I wonder? Because this person was not spotted at the scene.
I'm sorry. When she's so nice about telling me I'm wrong, it hurts even more.
Ow! The famous What Karma Keratin Whip approach.
So let's have it, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust? Oops! That was not the button I wanted to press. Here, one second. I'm just gonna load the save file I made to save you guys some health. I wanted to switch to the profile screen. Instead, I clicked present. Okay, so Mercury wants to present Russell. We need one more yes and I'll fucking do it. In the words of Mia Fey herself. Think crazy. Fool him? You were saying it was the victim himself? Russell Berry? That's what I'm saying.
The victim himself placed the cloak on the bust?
Placed the cloak isn't really the right way of putting it. Then what would be the right way of putting it, Mr. Wright?
Explain yourself!
Nick, do you really have a handle on all this? I'm fine, Maya. I'm finally putting all the pieces together. There's really only one picture I could paint anyway. Alright, so you want to know what really happened that night? Let's step back in time. Acro used a rope to lower the wooden box onto the scene. Then he attached the rope to the bust and dangled the bust out of his bedroom window directly above the wooden box. At the same time, the ringmaster told Max to wait in his room and went to the scene. Of course, at the time, the ringmaster was wearing Max's costume. Perhaps he didn't want anyone to recognize him that night. But, just as he feared, he was spotted at the entrance of the lodging house by none other than a ventriloquist and his puppet, Ben and Trillo. When the ringmaster arrived at the scene, he bent over to lift the wooden box. And that's when Acro took his chance and released the rope. Now this is when the magic happens. At the very instant that the bust hit the victim,
You wait just a second there, Mr. Phoenix Knight. As much as you try, as much as you scheme, that just isn't true. It can't be.
it's still a little early to be getting so upset, Miss Von Karma. This circus isn't over yet.
What?
The impact of the bust on the victim threw the cloak up, which snagged onto the bust. That impact also caused the sound of a certain witness heard, prompting him to take a look. That witness was, of course, Lawrence Moe Curls, the clown. When Moe looked out his window, the cloak had already snagged onto the bust. Now, having completed the crime, Acro naturally went about pulling up the murder weapon. Of course, he had no idea that Moe saw the bust being raised with the cloak dangling on it. Primarily because, in his wheelchair, he couldn't see out his window. So he just kept pulling the bust up. And that is how the magical murder disappearing into the sky came to be. So you see, the only person who could have pulled this off is the one person who was able to drop the murder weapon from above the crime scene. Acro, it could only have been you. Acro's been playing mind games with all of us. He sure has. But he has come to the end of his rope now. So, what now?
You've graced us with a rather long-winded tale. But do you have any evidence to prove that your fairy tale is true?
Evidence?
In this court, only two things matter. The power of evidence and the power of my whip.
Don't forget the power of my gavel as well. Mr. Wright, the prosecutor brings up a good point. Can we see some evidence?
Nick, they say they want evidence.
I just explained how there can only be one possible murder method. But there is still something unusual about Moe's eyewitness account. Unusual? A contradiction, actually. Okay then, use that and get out of this jam. That's enough talking about yourselves. Proceed, Mr. Wright. Present some evidence to the court that backs your claims. Damn, the health hits are hard in this part. I want hard proof that you've unraveled the trick to this magic case. What's the hard proof, chat? And remember the statements beforehand. It said there was a contradiction in Moe's testimony. We should use that to our advantage. That was said immediately before this. You really don't know? I can give a hint, but I want to get you guys to think about it a little bit before I give a hint. And you can't open the record. True, Bakiri is in the dark. If enough people say they want a hint, I'll give a hint. It's still possible even without knowing that kill zone. I will say that. Hint, please? I need a couple more people to ask for a hint before I give one. Hint, please? Okay, here's the hint. Ah, fuck it, hint. Okay. It's a contradiction that our murder method resolves. As in, the fact that our murder method exists resolves and makes the contradiction no longer a contradiction in Moe's testimony. basically, our murder method backs up what they saw. There was something in Mo's testimony that we contradicted in the previous trial. Our murder method makes that no longer a contradiction. Someone in chat right now is correct. I'm not going to say who. Accord wants to present the hat. I've never heard of that game before, but we're playing Ace Attorney right now. The problem is Max's 3 symbols. You know, the silk hat, the cloak, and the white roses. Those symbols were a problem numerous times during yesterday's proceedings. Yesterday, there were 2 contradictions in Mo's testimony.
The silk hat was one, and the white roses were the other.
But the theory I just presented explains all of these contradictions.
You fool, did you ever shut up?
Here, by the way, Awario, you were also on the right track. If you presented the poster, that also would have worked. Max's silk hat was found at the scene of the crime. However, remember what Mo said yesterday. He testified that the criminal he saw fleeing the scene was wearing a silk hat. There's only one explanation for that. The silk hat that Mo saw was actually the bust's. Makes sense. If you look at it that way, then he did see the silk hat. Well, sort of.
Fine, you've got one, but what about the other contradiction?
The other contradiction?
Remember what that ventriloquist said in court? He said that he witnessed white roses on Max's chest last night. The clown testimony doesn't match. The clown said that there were no white roses. I'd like to see you try to explain that one away.
Can you do it, Nick? Of course, I can explain all of it.
What was that?
Please recall the instant when the cloak snagged onto the bust. If the cloak snagged onto the bust, what happened to the white roses? Do you get it yet? If the cloak got snagged onto the front of the bust, it means that the white roses would end up on the back of the bust.
Ah!
Which explains why Mo didn't see them. The white roses were not visible because they were on the back side of the bust. Order! Order! This is quite the shocking state of affairs. Mr. Wright's theory still sounds a bit absurd to me. However, let's just keep going down this road for a while and see where it leads.
Let's do this, Nick. Then maybe Von Karma will finally throw in the towel.
Well, so much for that theory.
Mr. Wright, do you mind?
What is it?
You took the time to research our circus, didn't you?
Well, yes, I did. Is there something that making you think I didn't?
If you did, then maybe you'll understand why I think you're off track.
Why is that?
Motive. This witness feels an incredible debt of gratitude towards the ringmaster. Anyone with any relation to the circus is well aware of this. Thus, there is absolutely no way someone like this would kill the ringmaster. Your Honor, I'd like you to hear Akro's story. Learn about his relationship with the ringmaster and his life up until now.
What do we do?
There's no doubting that Akro
Deeply respected the ringmaster.
Akro's motive.
It seems that this case isn't over yet. Very well. However, I feel this is a good place to take a break. I will listen to the rest of Mr. Dingling's testimony after recess.
will now take a 10-minute recess.
December 30th, 2:17 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 5.
I can't believe it! Acro?
It's pretty shocking, isn't it?
It definitely is! And to think he was always the most straightforward of the group. Jeebus, am I that hated?
Actor tried to print a murder on you on purpose.
He did? Psst, psst. But I'm nothing but a little old nut bunny, you know?
But you're not, which is kind of the reason why.
Oh, hey, pal! You're gonna ignore me after I went through all the trouble to bring you some evidence?
Ah, Detective Gumshoe.
Ah, forget it. I'm going home. This guy deserves to be guilty anyway.
Now, Detective, I'm sorry. Look, why don't you relax a little? We've got some really nasty, tasty milk.
How about a card trick, Detective? Oh, well, if you insist.
Now, about that evidence you mentioned, what is it?
Here you go.
Huh? This was yesterday in Acro's room.
Yep, and I've included the forensic results. Take a look at it later.
Won't Miss Farkarma be mad if you're doing this?
That's why this is all a secret.
Huh?
Look, details are on a need-to-know basis, and we're not really allies or anything. But everything that's happened in court up until now has gone according to our plan.
I don't know. Miss Farkarma didn't seem to be in control of things in there just now.
You'll figure it out eventually, pal. Yesterday, our final plans were set into motion.
Final plans?
Uh-huh. That reminds me. I got a message from the prosecutor for you. Nothing is ever truly decided until the very end. That's it. That's it for me too, pal. I'm out of here.
What do you mean by that, the very end part? I'm not sure. It's all pretty cryptic to me.
Oh, one more thing.
Ah, don't scare me like that!
It looks like there's a large care package from the circus for the defendant.
What? For me?
It's milk. The reception area looked like some kind of dairy. So hurry up and drink it all before it spoils.
An entire dairy's worth of milk for me? They do care about him. In their own weird way. Okay, that's been added to the court record, chat. Take a look at it when you got time.
Court is now back in session. Miss Farkarma, please continue from where you left off.
I'd like to continue with Aklo's testimony, starting with his relationship to the victim. I'd also like to get proof from the defense. Proof of what kind of motive Aklo would have used to have to commit this crime.
Understood. Now, Mr. Dingling.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please proceed with your testimony.
Finally, we get to the motive. Wait, Nick, are you okay? Just do me a favor and don't ask questions you don't want the answer to.
Nope.
About the ringmaster.
When we were little, we were abandoned by our parents. That's when the ringmaster of the very big circus, Russell Berry, took us in.
Sorry, chat, give me 1 second.
I became an acrobat at around 9 years old. I wanted to find a way to repay the ringmaster. That was my sole purpose in life.
You're such a thoughtful young man.
As you heard, the witness deeply respected the victim. I wonder how anyone could think Aklo would kill the man he had in such high esteem.
You are absolutely right. How could anyone think that, Mr. Wright? Which is why there's no real need for a cross-examination, is there?
Actually, that's the question I'm trying to answer myself. Why would Acro kill the ringmaster? This might be my last chance to answer that question. Well, chat. The defense has a right to cross-examine the witness.
You're so tactless, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You don't care about justice, do you? You just want to fabricate a motive.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Cross-examine the witness. Note the ringmaster.
When we were little, we were abandoned by our parents.
We?
Yes, my brother Sean and I.
What? You have a brother?
How old were you when this happened, Echo? I was 8 years old and my brother was 4.
Your parents were very cruel, weren't they?
Nowadays, we aren't bitter about what happened to us, because it allowed us to meet the wonderful people at the very big circus.
Nick, the judge is getting misty-eyed. He's got a soft spot for sob stories, it looks like. Ow! No crying in court. Let's keep going. The witness may proceed with his testimony.
That's when the ringmaster of the very big circus, Russell Berry, took us in.
How would you describe your relationship with the ringmaster?
He was like an uncle, a father, and a big brother all rolled up into one. The ringmaster and my brother were the only family I had.
What about other people at the circus?
This was over 15 years ago. Back then, there were very few customers coming in, so no one really had the time to look after us. They were worried about other things. But the ringmaster, who would always come see us with a laugh and a smile. That's a beautiful story. That's why I was always thinking of what I could do to help. I wanted to thank him.
Nick, isn't Acro such a wonderful person?
I know, he seems like a nice guy, which is what makes this so difficult.
So then how long have you been a performer?
I became an acrobat at around 9 years old.
You started off as an acrobat at that early of an age?
I begged the ringmaster until he finally agreed to let me do it. Ever since then, I've been in incredible physical shape. That's also when I decided to form a group with my brother. We called ourselves the Flying Dinglingberries. It's nearly a household name. Have you ever heard of them in Germany?
Liar.
The point is that I wanted to be of some use to the circus.
You are truly a remarkable young man. The judge keeps looking at Acro almost like a proud father.
I wanted to find a way to repay the ringmaster. That was my sole purpose in life.
Did you ever have trouble with the ringmaster? Ow!
How could you ask such a thing, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Do you have some sort of fundamental misunderstanding of the witness's testimony? Or the heartfelt emotions contained within? You better think about this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You better think hard.
Ow! Ow, ow, ow! No matter how you look at it, there's no way I can see this witness ever taking the victim's life.
Exactly. I've been waiting for you to say that, Your Honor. Nick, I hate to say it, but I agree with them. I was trying to chase down the truth, but I ended up just looking like a jerk.
I think that will be enough for now. Pondering whether or not this man would kill the ringmaster leads me to believe that it is pretty unlikely.
Exactly right, Your Honor.
Mr. Wright, I'd like to ask you a question. Go ahead, Your Honor. I would just like to know, can you provide an explanation as to why Acro would want the ringmaster dead? I have 2 people saying 1 and 2 people saying 2. Now everybody's saying 2. Everyone said 2.
Nick?
Yeah, I didn't even have to think about it. It was obvious from the start. Your Honor, the reason that Acro killed the ringmaster is something that can't be proven. What? That's because Acro had no reason to kill the ringmaster at all. Ow!
You foolish attempts to fool us like foolish fools is so foolhardily foolish. Did you forget? You made an accusation against this witness, did you not? I believe it was. This is the real killer of Russell Perry, Ringmaster?
If you want to jump to the end of things, then yes, that sounds about right.
The end of things?
Acro, you didn't plan to kill the Ringmaster at all, did you? The Ringmaster wasn't your target that night.
What did you say?
I'm saying that the target of this witness murderous plot was not the Ringmaster. Because it was never his intention to kill Russell Berry to begin with.
What? Order! Order! Bailiff, I don't care who it is. Smack anyone who's loud in the face. Twice if you must. Mr. Wright, what in the world are you trying to do to my court? No!
Mr. Phoenix Wright, what in the world are you trying to do to this court?
Are you attempting to imply that Acro was trying to kill someone else? China Berry? This young girl is the Ringmaster's daughter, correct?
Acro, you were really aiming for her that night, weren't you?
Objection!
You don't need to answer that. It's a mean-spirited leading question.
Objection!
He could easily answer this question. If I'm wrong, all he has to do is say, "You're wrong." That's it.
That's it, Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Regina, whatever.
Enough, Mr. Wright, allow me to. No!
The only thing allowed to interrupt me is death itself.
Huh?
And that goes for you too, Mr. Phoenix Knight.
Show me evidence now. I want to know why Acro would kill Regina Berry. Yes, me too. I demand to see some proof. Present evidence that proves Acro was out to kill this young girl.
Accord wants to present the note. Awario wants to present the lion. Also, yeah. So you're on the notes side, Awario? Now? Okay. Do we agree with the note then? Yes for note? Okay, let's go for it. Acro, you remember this, don't you? It's a piece of paper that we found inside the Ringmaster's tailcoat.
Inside the victim's tailcoat?
Acro wrote this note. It's ironically entitled, "To the Murderer." Its purpose was to call someone to the plaza at 10 p.m.
So you're saying that he called Russell Berry with that note?
Yes, but there's just one little problem.
Problem?
Acro did indeed place this note into someone's pocket. However, that someone was not the Ringmaster.
Do you mean it wasn't for the...
That's exactly what I mean. The person this note was intended for was none other than Regina Bear, I don't know how to pronounce it, whatever. Regina Berry. It's Regina, yeah. But it can be pronounced the other way as well. So fuck you. I googled it. Both pronunciations are technically correct depending on the circumstance. But I'm pretty sure they meant Regina for this one.
Order, order, order! Mr. Wright, this little theory of yours.
It's the truth, Your Honor. It isn't a theory. Simply put, Regina didn't think the note was meant for her. Which is why, the morning of the crime, she placed it on the cafeteria bulletin board.
That's when her father, the ringmaster, saw the note.
That's correct. The ringmaster ended up in the plaza instead of Regina. And he was killed because of that mistake, instead of Regina.
That's incredible!
Remember the testimony that Acro gave us earlier today.
Lifting the bus and looking out the window would have been impossible.
There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. If I were to do that, I'd end up falling out the window myself. Acro had no idea who it was that arrived in the plaza, because he couldn't look down out of his window to see who it actually was.
I've got it! Acro thought it was Regina down in the plaza!
And that's when he let the bust fly.
Hey, Nick?
Isn't Regina listening to all this from the audience? She is. Unfortunately, it's only going to get harsher from here. I hope Regina can handle it.
Acro wrote this note to Regina?
Foolishly foolish fool with foolishly foolish fool ideas of foolish tomfoolery. You're so foolish, you even made me sound like a foolhardily fool. Very well, Phoenix Wright, if you're so sure, then tell us about this line. I have conclusive evidence of what took place.
Yes? What about that line?
Well, if the note was meant for Regina Berry, it would mean that this note is declaring that Regina Berry is a murderer.
You just don't get it, do you?
What did you just say?
The ringmaster knew what the note meant, which is why he went to the plaza, in place of his lovely daughter.
Hold it right there, Mr. Wright. What is this incident that is alluded to in the note?
The incident 6 months ago. An incident occurred 6 months ago, and now I'm more than ready to show this court what happened at that time.
Moron.
Wait, are you sure that it relates to the present case?
It does indeed, Your Honor. Everything in this case has its start in what happened 6 months ago.
Really, Nick?
I think so.
Well, then, if that's the case, hurry up and tell us about it. What is this conclusive evidence mentioned in the note? I know I'd certainly like to know what it is.
If I can't answer that question, the judge is going to think I'm bluffing. The conclusive evidence about the incident 6 months ago is actually... The court wants to present salt? Do you mean the seasoning bottle? The court wants to present the seasoning bottle. We're gonna do that. We're gonna vote on that one first. People are saying yes to this one.
Achoo! 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 Achoo!
What kind of spicy joke is this, Mr. Phoenix Wright?
It isn't a joke at all. It's the decisive evidence you asked for.
What do you mean?
Recall that the victim was trying to take the wooden box away with him. He was doing so because this piece of decisive evidence was what was inside.
Another unbelievable conclusion. Very well, Mr. Wright, so what exactly are you saying? Are you claiming that Regina Berry killed someone with a small bottle of pepper?
Taking the note into account, that's the only logical conclusion you could draw.
Foolish fool who never tries of his own foolish ways. If you're so sure, Mr. Phoenix Wright, then answer this question. Who was Regina Berry's intended victim?
Everyone said it, so.
Who is this?
That is Acro's younger brother.
What does this prove? His younger brother isn't dead.
Technically, that's true. However, Bat has been in a coma for 6 months now. It's not a stretch to see how Acro could feel that his brother is dead.
Regina? She did that to him?
She has spent her entire life dreaming up new ways to be a fool. Naturally, the prosecution has looked into Acro's brother, Sheen Dingling. 6 months ago, he was bit by a lion and fell into his current comatose state.
A lion?
Miss Regina Berry is an animal tamer by trade. However, no tamed animal in that position is ever trained to attack another human. They wouldn't understand the command. Moreover, Miss Regina could never do something like that. It's just not in her.
So then what happened to Acro's brother?
He's not the victim of attempted murder. He's the victim of an accident.
I see.
Now what do we do? No one seems to be going along with your theory. You think what happened to Bat was actually an accident? Two votes for one, 2 votes for two. Who's gonna tip it over the edge? Although Ion seems to be voting for 2, which would give us 3. The lion biting Bat was no accident at all.
What?
You're such an amateur, Mr. Phoenix Wright. There is no way that Regina would ever incite her lion to attack another human being.
She may not have incited the lion to attack another human being, but Regina is responsible for making the lion bite Acro Brothers Bat. Awaria wants to present the scarf.
That's just a scarf.
Acro. This scarf is something Bat used to wear, correct? That's right. And who was the one that gave this scarf to Bat? Regina. Regina gave it to him.
Regina?
There is something more than just blood on this scarf, Your Honor.
And what might that be?
Pepper.
Pepper?
Pepper. Regina gave this scarf to Bat right before the accident, and she covered it with as much pepper as she could. Hey, what's with the silent treatment? Poke, 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 poke.
Excuse me, Mr. Wright. You've done a good job of figuring a criminal, but out of curiosity, what was your crime? Miss Berry gave a pepper-covered scarf to Bat as a present. Where's the crime in that?
Still seems like the judge just doesn't get it.
Mr. Phoenix Wright. Wasn't it said that the lion seemed to be smiling?
Smiling? The lion was smiling?
Right before Bat was bit by the lion. For a moment, the lion's mouth changed and it looked like he was smiling.
Lions smile?
I've never heard of them smiling. However,
Lions sneeze. Leon wasn't trying to bite Bat at all. In reality, all he actually did was sneeze. He sneezed because of all the pepper on the scarf.
What?
you fool!
You've got to be kidding me. What's the matter, Miss Fud Karma?
I object for objection's sake. Mr. Phoenix Wright, this theory, you believe it? You really intend to say that this is how a joke of an accident actually happened?
Of course I do. It's the truth. The lion sneezed due to the pepper, and that's when Bat lost consciousness. Acro nearly lost his brother due to this accident, or this joke, as you put it. Which is why he tried to get his revenge against Regina. You foolish idiot! Huh. It almost does seem like a terrible joke, doesn't it? Once again, I'm impressed by your imagination, Mr. Wright. To think that there's someone who treats this accident with the respect it deserves. Are you telling me that what I said was true?
Acro, you don't mean, you can't mean, what's this?
Are you confirming the defense's claim?
Mr. Wright,
unfortunately, your imagination is not enough to find me guilty of murder. What do you mean by that? The pepper, the scarf, the lion. I see where you're going, but it's a bit hard to swallow. Not to mention the fact that there's an even bigger problem with your theory. What would that problem be? The same problem that's always been. Evidence. If I dropped Max's bust on top of the ringmaster, where is the evidence that proves that claim?
You mean the conclusive evidence?
The biggest problem is the murder weapon, and the lack thereof, to be more precise.
The murder weapon.
The bust that the defense claims was used. If that were to be found in Acro's room, and if it was covered with the victim's blood, that would be awfully conclusive in my eyes.
Yes, it would be.
The bust. Nick, you gotta do something! This is the last step. If I get this one right, the case is run. The defense requests to search the room of the witness Ken Dingling. What is it now?
It looks like you still haven't figured things out, have you? By now you must know the meaning of the VOD, total justice.
You mean?
Fine, a VOD, never leaves anything to chance. We already searched Acro's room yesterday.
What did you find?
There's no reason to even say it. If we found what you think we found in that room, Acro would not be here as a witness. But to put a point on it, Max's bust was not in the room. The murder weapon is still unaccounted for. You see, Mr. Wright, the bust wasn't in my room. Furthermore, Detective Dick Gumshoe executed the search by complete surprise. And we took Acro directly to the prosecutor's office after that. End of story.
Just wait a second. Something's funny about all this.
It looks like you lack the final nail to put into my coffin.
But what about the scarf? What about the note?
What about them, Mr. Wright? No offense, but the only evidence there is relevant here. Is that which pertains to the death of the ringmaster. You should know that by now.
Do something, Nick! Don't let this case slip away! The bust, where is it now? Where is the bust right now? You're Phoenix Wright, you know where that bust is, I'm sure you do! There's not even a single clue. How am I supposed to know where the bust is?
It seems this case is coming to a close. The defense's counter-arguments look to have fallen short.
Thank you for your support. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Wright.
I think that brings us cross-examination of this witness.
Where is Max's bust?
The defense needs time to prepare to present its case. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous and I just bit my tongue. Huh? What? We need time to do what? Ow! Why are you the most surprised person here? She's your age, isn't she? Did you really have a case to present, Mr. Wright? What? Are you asking me? The rest is up to you, Nick. Good luck. Hey, wait. You can't be serious. Acrobats always have their lives on the lines, don't they? That's how Acro's lived his life up until now. Now it's time for us to walk across our own tightrope. If we don't, we're certain to lose. Very well, the defense may proceed. He doesn't have a clue, and I don't think he'll be finding one anytime soon. Walking the tightrope of logic, there's no room for a false step. Sink or swim, the only way through is forward. The murder weapon. Where is Max's bust right now? It's obvious. The bust is inside this very courtroom. It's obviously where? Allow me to pinpoint the location of the bust once and for all. Acro, I'm sorry to ask this, but do you mind if I take the blanket off your wheelchair? I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you, Mr. Wright. Well, you are a big guy, and you have a pretty big wheelchair because of it. I just wanted to make sure you weren't hiding anything under that blanket. Because it seems to me that it'd be really easy to say, hide a bust under there. Once again, penchant for humor hits me where it hurts, Mr. Wright. I think it's pretty amazing that you can laugh in your position. However, your lightheartedness doesn't change the fact that the bust is under there. We all know that you can't leave the lodging house by yourself in your condition. That proved inconvenient when Miss Von Karma happened to search your room yesterday. If she had found the murder weapon in your room, it would have been all over. Which is why you had to hide it. In the only place that you could hide it. Under your wheelchair. Which is why, Acro, I have to ask you again. Could you please remove the blanket from your lap? Well done, Mr. Wright. Masterfully played. You fool! How could you? You've got me. I've been bagged by a real pro. Actually, two of them. Two of them? Miss Francisca Von Karma and Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? There's just one thing I'd like to know. How did you know to launch the surprise search on my room last night? There were two pieces of decisive evidence. The cloak and the bust. I burned the cloak in my room and threw the ashes away with the trash. Regina always took my trash out every morning, you know. But the bust, obviously I couldn't throw that away. When you executed your search, all I could do was try and hide the bust. And the only place that I could hide it quickly was under this wheelchair. Miss Von Karma, you had things all figured out, didn't you? I was completely sucked in by your calculated strategy. And now, to be caught in the middle of court hiding the murder weapon? There's no way I can escape that. So you've got me. Well done, Mr. Wright. Well done. Miss Von Karma. It all makes sense now. I can't believe that Von Karma thought that far ahead. It's amazing. Uh-huh. You definitely couldn't tell by looking at her. I know I sure couldn't. I can't believe it. Me? Make a mistake? Why did I order a surprise search of your room? If only I hadn't done that. It seems we finally arrived at the truth. Acro. Yes, Your Honor. Did you kill the ringmaster of the Very Big Circus, Mr. Russell Berry? Yes, Your Honor. I'm responsible for that crime. Acro. All my brother wanted was for Regina to like him. That's why he'd tease her. One day, my brother sprinkled some pepper on Regina. She started sneezing so hard, he couldn't help herself from laughing. That's why Regina thought it'd be funny to get him back in the same way. And that's why she covered the scarf with pepper. I know she didn't mean for anything bad to happen. I know this. She just wanted to make my brother sneeze a few times, too. But I just couldn't forgive her, no matter what. What am I truly guilty of? I'm guilty of never, ever being able to understand her. Your brother became a star. Regina believes in that so purely that she would laugh innocently when saying it. Too innocently. I just couldn't stand it, no matter how hard I tried. And that's when you decided to do something about Regina. How dreadful. So are you saying that you were a victim in all of this as well? No. That's not what I mean. I'm nothing but a murderer. That's who I am. At first I thought I'd killed myself. And then I pondered giving myself up. But I couldn't just up and leave. I just couldn't. Not yet. That's why I tried to pin this on Max. Max, I'm so sorry. I just couldn't up and leave yet. If you want the reason why people hate this case, part of it I kind of skipped over, but the investigation segment's kind of bullshit. It has a lot of back and forth, and sometimes it's not very clear what to do next. I was using a walkthrough to get through it quickly because I played this game before. You guys can't really interact with the interactive segments anyway in those sections, and I'm on a bit of a time limit. Second, the characters kind of suck. No one likes Mo. No one likes the ventriloquist. The fucking love triangle over Regina's weird as shit. It's just a very, like, the aggro stuff is good in my opinion. I like that part of the case, but it doesn't make up for the rest of it, in my opinion. The characters just suck. I think that's the big thing. You liked Mo the Ventriloquist? I'm so sorry for you. That is an unpopular opinion in the Phoenix Wright fandom. I respect your decision to like them. All I'm saying is good luck out there. You're gonna have a hard time justifying it. This has been such a strange case. It's almost a reflection of the circus itself. I'm an idiot! Never ever going to come up, I swear to you. Thank God. I will pray in case it ever does. I can't believe it! You beat me again! I believe this case is now beyond any point of possible discussion. Thus, I'd like to declare my verdict. Okay, if you want my personal opinion, I do think this case is not as bad as people make it out to be. But in the grand scheme of Ace Attorney cases, one of them's got to be down low, and this is still a very high contender for that. Personally, I just like every single Ace Attorney case, and that kind of includes this one to a degree. It's still ranked lower than other ones. I might rank the Monstrous Turnabout lower than it, though.
But that case is still fun in its own right, which was in Dual Destinies, which we did stream, if you remember that case. It says a lot of people have a hard time getting off the fact that everybody is jumping to marry this 16-year-old. And like, yeah, that's kind of fucking weird. I want to marry you. She's 16. She's fucking 16. She's fucking 16. What the fuck do you mean a puppet wants to marry a 16-year-old? It's just like some people have a hard time getting past that, and I don't blame them.
Fabulous! But to be honest, I can't really be too happy about this.
Acro, the ringmaster, Regina, and Pat. Not a single one of them was a bad person inside, huh?
That's a good question, and one I don't know the answer to.
Many congrats for that, only at max, a million of them!
Thank you.
What's with the vibe in this room?
We're just thinking about Acro.
No. If you worry about people too much, then you'll be like this forever and never be happy.
Huh?
Ah! She's been like this for a while now.
It's all my fault! Sweetie pie.
Bad and Acro, they're never coming back! Now everyone's gonna split up!
Regina,
Mr. Rice, tell me something!
what do you want to know, Regina?
Acro said something right at the end.
I just couldn't up and leave yet.
Does that mean Acro? Is he gonna try and get his revenge on me?
Of course he is. I don't think so. He's not gonna do that to you, Regina.
Are you sure? Are you really sure? I can believe that?
Yep, Acro doesn't have any desire for revenge anymore.
If that's true, then I want to see some evidence.
Huh?
I want to know you're not just making all that stuff up about Acro not wanting revenge.
Let her live in fear. Well, shit, I don't fucking know. Don't think too hard. Why was think about why Acro was like, I just couldn't up and leave yet. That's where the hint for this is. Why was Acro saying that? You only get one chance at this, so I will be presenting the correct answer regardless of what you say. But I want you guys to try and think about it still. That is the correct answer. Acro didn't want to get caught for a reason. He wanted to see his brother open his eyes again.
Pat?
That's right, Regina. He's still alive, you know.
I never knew. Now that Acro's been caught.
Uh-huh.
I know.
What?
I'll do it. I'll stay next to Pat for as long as it takes. Until he opens his eyes. And then he can meet Acro again.
That's so sweet of you, Regina.
I'm sorry, Agro. I'm sorry, Bat.
Well, hopefully this is enough to give her a little peace of mind. Hey, Max.
What is it, Bo?
We really put you through a lot, didn't we, buddy? I'm sorry about what happened. So wherever you'd like to leave us, I'll pay your fee and rip up the contract.
I understand. What a fabulous thing to do for me. I might even leave tomorrow. What's going to happen to the circus now?
That's the big question. Our ringmaster was really an amazing person, wasn't he? Even though he's not here anymore, everyone is sticking together. The staff, the performers, no one wants to leave the circus. That's why I made a decision.
What is it?
I've decided that I will take over as the new ringmaster. I'll turn this circus into the best circus this world has ever seen.
The best circus the world has ever seen?
Don't laugh.
That's quite the goal.
Yay, I can't wait.
Then I guess that changes things.
Huh?
There's only one thing the best circus the world has ever seen needs. The world's best illusions. Which means the circus needs the best magician the world has ever seen.
Max.
Let's work together and make our circus super fabulous. What do you say, big guy?
I don't know what to say. All I could say is thank you. Regina, you're gonna help them too, aren't you?
I don't know. Maybe the circus would be better off without me.
What are you talking about, Regina? Why do you think that I brought you to court today? We've got to work together to make the Very Big Circus bigger than it's ever been.
No.
Mo's right, sweetie pie. It can't be Very Big Circus without Regina Berry.
Max.
Nick! Seems like everything is going to turn out all right here.
I agree that Mo is overhated, but his jokes do suck. They do genuinely suck, and he is genuinely annoying at times.
I can't wait to see the best circus the world has ever seen.
We'll save you the most fabulous seats. By the way, do you guys remember the Orca case? Yes. A lot of people say the Orca case in Dual Destinies. We did stream it, Accord. You might have missed it. But a lot of people consider that case to be a better version of what this case tried to do. In terms of having like a tight-knit group of performers, that kind of experience they have with like the lead and the stuff like that. A lot of people say that that case did what this case couldn't do, essentially. And I think I agree with that a lot. No, a lot of people consider this case to be one of the worst cases.
It'll take us a while to get ready, but I'm going to order special whoopee cushion seats.
I see. What made the case? Yesterday's surprise raid really paid off just like you said it would, sir. You had it all figured out, didn't you? It was just a theory. If Akro really was the killer, I thought this was the only way it could end. Especially if he was the defense attorney. You mean Mr. Wright? Of course. Well, Detective, my plane is about to leave. As for Mr. Akro's case, you need not worry. I plan to personally stop by the Chief Prosecutor's office as soon as I get back. Understood, sir. I'll be waiting for you, Mr. Edgeworth. Episode 3, Turnabout Big Top. The end. Alright, chat. Episode 4, Farewell My Turnabout. Now that we're done what many consider to be the worst case in the series, we now move into what many consider to be the best case in the series. Or one of them, at least. That will be on Saturday, and I'm planning to do the whole case in one sitting.
If I could do Rise from the Ashes in one sitting, I could fucking do this case in one sitting. That will be on Saturday at 3 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time. However, do you guys want to see a little teaser for it? No? Well, too bad. No spoilers, please. It's literally just the opening, dude. It's literally just to wet your palate a little bit for Saturday, okay? It's literally just the opening. It doesn't even spoil anything on the case, trust me. Now, the moment you've all been waiting for! Who will be this year's Grand Prix champion? Who will be our hero of heroes? Will it be last year's runner-up, Jammin' Ninja? Or maybe Captain Saipian, all the way from the lovely tropical islets? The students of a certain starry school are raring to win, and global hero Anigapoon doesn't want to go home without a prize. I couldn't pronounce that. We hope Lady Luck is with all our heroes tonight. And now, the winner of the 3rd annual Hero of Heroes Grand Prix is me! Whoa, the true hero of the night has appeared in our midst. It looks like this year's Grand Prix goes to this fantastic warrior, the Nickel Samurai. Too bad, Jammin' Ninja. Looks like the title eluded you again this year. And that's all you get for now. Okay, you get one line from Maya as well. All right, chat. I saved, so we're good. And that's all you get for now, chat. Yippee! The Nickel Samurai, yes. For exactly the right amount of time. There's literally no spoilers in that intro. You can get absolutely no idea of the bullshit in this case from that intro. Don't care. Fair enough. All right, so we'll be doing this case at... Should I start at 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard on Saturday just to make sure we have enough time? Or is 3 o'clock good? What does chat think? Tomorrow is going to be multiplayer stuff, and then we're going to be doing this case on Saturday. By the way, we're 2 weeks away from the final subathon stream. And we're at 40 subs. Can we get that up to 100 before the stream starts? To get to the maximum amount of time that I plan to stream, I think it's around 150 subs. So we'll see. I hope we can go the maximum amount. I'm planning to go the maximum amount. Will the final subathon have friend slot? Probably. I mean, I'm gonna need stuff to fill in the time. We're probably gonna do some multiplayer stuff. I have some games lined up for it. For example, if it gets good reviews, we might end up doing a little bit of Yoshi and the Mysterious Book if it ends up getting good reviews. I have plans to potentially go through Saros a little bit while we're doing that, because that would be a good game to play during that maybe. There won't be any like story-based games because I'd want those to be their own streams. We might do some roguelikes, we might just play some random stuff, we'll probably do game votes. There will be a CPU Smash Bros tournament where you'll be able to vote channel points on who's gonna win, if you want to lose or gain a shit ton of channel points. And a whole bunch of other stuff.
we'll see what will happen. It'll be good. So 2 weeks away until we do that. It'll start in the afternoon on Friday, around 5 p.m. And right now we're at 34 hours, and that doesn't include sleep, by the way. To get to the full length that I'm thinking, we would need to have about 16 hours, 60 hours or so. Because I'm planning to go Friday until like 1 a.m., all day Saturday, all day Sunday, all day Monday. And that'll take about 60 hours if we exclude sleep. All right. Who are we rating out to? Senti's live. They're only doing art though, so they won't have voice chat on, but go check out what art they're doing. That's still a fun thing to do. I have to be in the office tomorrow, so I probably shouldn't have stayed up this late finishing this case. Unfortunate for me. Oh well, I will, that's tomorrow Mika's problem. Alright guys, I'm gonna go to bed. You all have a good time. Okay, bye.